Almighty God, who in thy infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and councils for the welfare of society and the just government of man, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in thy presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge, all which we ask in the name and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. House resumes. Yes.
Mike.
With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I felt it important for me to bring this to the attention of the public that I have received from the electoral office my voter ID card. So it seems that the voter ID cards are being rolled out as a final process in the confirmation exercise. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Pemberton, I saw you. So you may proceed. Debate continues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the 2026-2027 estimates of revenue and expenditure. But first, let me commend the Minister of Finance for his excellent presentation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the presentation was over, somebody said to me, this is a master of master budgets, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to thank him and the Financial Secretary and her team and all public officers for their tremendous work put in preparing the budget titled Protecting Our Progress, Strengthening Our Independence, and Securing Our Future. And Mr. Speaker, I like that, protecting our progress. Protecting our progress is important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Henderson pointed out yesterday, people like to say of the number of years we are in service, we are in government, serving the people of Dominica, as if that is something to be ashamed of. But we have made significant progress, Mr. Speaker. And the leader of the opposition asked the question, how should a government be judged? And in fact, how should we measure progress? That's a fair question, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague, Minister Henderson. We have to tell our story, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to tell your story. And you know, when people get married, Mr. Speaker, every year they look forward to celebrating the anniversary, Mr. Speaker. After 5 years, it is called the wood anniversary. After 15 years, crystal anniversary, Mr. Speaker. 25 years is silver, Mr. Speaker. And I bet you have some colleagues that have celebrated their silver anniversary. And they are proud of it, Mr. Speaker. That's right. And they are proud of it not because everything is perfect. When they stop to celebrate 25 years as a major milestone in marriage, people come to celebrate with them, Mr. Speaker. Not because it was perfect, but because they can reflect on where they started, the challenges that they went through, Mr. Speaker. But today, they're standing strong together in love, Mr. Speaker. Beautiful thing, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when you get to 50 years, it is called iconic, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you're aiming for your 50-year anniversary, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if when we celebrate people anniversaries, Mr. Speaker, we are happy to do so, Mr. Speaker. We can reflect on our trials and our triumphs. Should be the same for the Dominican Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, over the years, despite trials, we have had triumphs, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Henderson did a brilliant job in talking about the advancement in our infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, and road network. So I don't need to repeat what he said, Mr. Speaker. I had some of the notes, but he handled that very well. So, Mr. Speaker, I will just speak in terms of tourism. Mr. Speaker, consider Jungle Bay, a hotel built in 2005 with 35 or 30 villas, 30 to 35 villas, with 65 employees, destroyed completely by Tropical Storm Erica, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, today, Jungle Bay is an 88-villa resort employing 132 people, Mr. Speaker. That's progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, consider Secret Bay, a resort which was built in 2011. 2011, Mr. Speaker, under this Dominican Labour Party. It started with 4 villas. 4. Today, it has 27 villas, Mr. Speaker, and they just celebrated their crystal 15 years anniversary, Mr. Speaker, employing 140 people, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we should be proud of that, and we should celebrate that, rightly so. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a little part missing in that story. Because, Mr. Speaker, those resorts were only able to have expanded and become world-renowned resorts today because of the rules of the Roosevelt-Skerrit Labor Administration recrafted or restructured CBI program, Mr. Speaker. So part of that success story is to say, merci bon Dieu pour CBI. Thank God for CBI, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we recognize growth because of where we have started, what we have achieved, and where we plan to go, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there's something else. And, Mr. Speaker, it didn't just stop there. I want to speak more about the other hotel, Intercontinental Resort. First 5-star luxury resort to open in 2019, Cabrit's Kempinski Resort and Spa. Mr. Speaker, when I called the manager, he told me they're employing 200 people, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, just last year, we opened the beautiful Ocean Oasis Resort in the South. Mr. Speaker, they're employing 71 people with 7 vacancies, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these 4 properties have created 550 jobs, Mr. Speaker. That is the growth, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is measurable progress. And, Mr. Speaker, one thing I want to say, I was very critical for my own constituency, is the sea defense wall we built in Soufriere. Mr. Speaker, if I call Fanny today, or my good friend Clarina, all of them will agree that if it wasn't because of that sea defense wall, when Hurricane Maria struck, the loss of life on property could have been much worse, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the progress of the Dominican Labour Party. And, Mr. Speaker, our progress is also reflected in housing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Dominican Labour Party got into power, interest rates were 12 to 14%. Most people were living at home at $5 a square foot, Mr. Speaker. That is progress, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, our progress is also reflected in the way we are preparing for the future. And that is why, as a Dominican, I'm really proud that we are finally able, after all these years, to generate electricity from geothermal, Mr. Speaker. Our green gold, I call it, Mr. Speaker, because it's a resource right here in Dominica we're using to make lives better for our people and leave some savings in their pocket from electricity cost, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, finally, American Airlines and United Airlines and Contour Airlines providing direct service from the US market to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that was a proud moment for us. Major milestone. And you know what has happened? People get gotten on, Mr. Speaker. People spoil. If they don't have direct service, they don't want to connect anymore, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I present these examples not to suggest that every challenge has been solved, but because, leader of the opposition, progress must be measured honestly, Mr. Speaker. Our roads have improved, our communities are better protected, access to education has expanded, home ownership has become more attainable, our energy future is becoming more secure. Tourism and air access have been transformed. So, Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, when the Dominica Labour Party government asked for its renewal of contract, Mr. Speaker, because the contract, a covenant in the people of Dominica, we know what will happen, Mr. Speaker, but we'll speak about that later. So my contribution today is not really only about what you have achieved, Mr. Speaker, but what those achievements now make possible. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, we are building a modern, resilient, connected Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Despite all the natural disasters we have faced, we have continued to move this country forward, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, progress does not mean that all your problems are solved. You're still facing global disruption beyond your control. Climate change is still impacting you. Look at the trough system in the east that affected the Kalilago people, Cassie Bruce, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have done, despite our challenges, is to continue to strengthen our capacity, expand opportunity, and improve the lives of the people. That is the trademark of the Dominica Labour Party government. So, Mr. Speaker, this debate is not simply about numbers. It is about the type of country that we are building and the opportunities we are creating for our people. So one question should really guide this debate. Are there more opportunities in Dominica today than there were before? And the answer is yes. There are more opportunities in tourism, small business, agriculture, construction, more opportunities in the digital economy, wellness, accommodation, transportation, and the creative industries. So, Mr. Speaker, our task now is to ensure that our people are prepared to seize these opportunities. So, Mr. Speaker, tourism provides one of the clearest demonstrations of the progress Dominica has made and the opportunities now emerging from that progress, strengthening our independence. Mr. Speaker, visitor arrivals and normally when we present visitor arrivals during the year, we focus on the calendar year. but I'm going to present the statistics this on the fiscal year ended June 30th, Mr. Speaker, 2026. Visitor arrivals increased by 18% during the last fiscal year, reaching a total of 527,728 visitors came to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. 500,000 visitors reached Dominica in this fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, and we have to be proud of that. Stay-over arrivals surpassed our target of 100,000. 102,659 stay-over visitors came to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. That is 20% growth. Cruise arrivals also increased by 20%. 719 cruise passengers, Mr. Speaker, visited Dominica. Mr. Speaker, this growth was recorded across several of our most important source markets. The United States grew by 22%, Mr. Speaker, and represents 29% of total stay-over arrivals. The French West Indies, our second largest market, increased by 13%, Mr. Speaker. Arrivals from the Caribbean grew by 15%. Arrivals from the United Kingdom grew by 9%. Mr. Speaker, arrivals from the Canadian market grew by 23%, Mr. Speaker. These figures help us appreciate the important contribution tourism has made to Dominica's overall economic growth of 4.5%. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you now that that direct service from Dominica to St. Thomas is performing exceptionally well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the last access meeting, we are at average of 98% load, Mr. Speaker, to the point we have to consider adding another flight on that route, especially for the World Creole Music Festival, Mr. Speaker. They're here already. So, Mr. Speaker, when we compare the tourism industry from where we started to where we are today, it is evident that we have grown, Mr. Speaker. We have advanced. We have expanded our tourism product. We have increased international visibility. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have a strong digital marketing campaign. We have a Nature a Love campaign. We have farm trips. And there are many other things we are doing that I cannot share in this house because it's a very competitive industry. So I'll just highlight a few initiatives. We have invested in major national projects and upgrading key ecotourism sites. We have also positioned the destination around the qualities that increasingly define the modern traveler. Nature, wellness, authenticity, adventure, culture, and peace, Mr. Speaker. People come to Dominica just to relax. They're stressed out, they need a break, they book a vacation to come to Dominica for peace, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, not because we have grown that we believe that we have arrived, Mr. Speaker. We have a 5-year tourism investment plan because our goal, as I said, is to create a $1 billion tourism industry, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have presented that plan. And for this year, we are targeting 15% growth, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank the Minister of Finance and my cabinet colleagues for the 33 million allocated to the Ministry of Tourism, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if you watch very carefully, most of our budget is on the recurrent. It's not in PSIP, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that investment will allow us to strengthen the product, have more targeted destination marketing, support tourism businesses, training, develop experiences that will encourage visitors to come. Because, as you know, more visitors equals more consumption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was at Fresh Market recently. I was in a line at Fresh Market, midweek, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in front of me, a number of French people, Mr. Speaker. That is tourism spending moving beyond the hotel into businesses, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, I met the owner of Shea Wen in Scottshead, and we were talking. And she said, I must tell you, my pal rep, that this summer, the number of French visitors here in Dominica, the restaurant business is much better than last year, Mr. Speaker. So that is how, Mr. Speaker, tourism is moving into communities, Mr. Speaker, in Dominica. And we are going to build more resilient communities, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, tourism growth is not just about the figures, Mr. Speaker. It is about the income circulating within Dominica. That is the real growth, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said to you, we're not satisfied with this present level of arrivals and visitor spending. We want people to spend more money. We want more money circulating in the economy, touching Dominican families. And why not, Mr. Speaker? I hear people talking about quality and type of visitors. Mr. Speaker, we're not there yet. Mr. Speaker, 35 million visitors come to the Caribbean annually. 35 million. Bahamas recorded 6.1 million visitors in 6 months, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we can aim to have 300,000 to 500,000 stay over arrivals, Mr. Speaker. That's a no-brainer, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we need more opportunities for our people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Dominica is not standing still, as a known economist would like people to believe. Dominica is preparing for the next stage, Mr. Speaker. And that is why you heard the leader of the opposition. She couldn't stop talking about tourism.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the number of times she called tourism, if I took it out of her presentation, it would cut it down to half, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, she's on to something. Because Dominica Labour Party is doing something, Mr. Speaker, in the transformative projects we're undertaking, Mr. Speaker. The international airport, the marina, the cable car, geothermal energy, and she forgot the new Champagne Beach facility in Point Michel, Mr. Speaker. The new cruise and ferry facilities, improved roads, upgraded tourism sites. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the parliamentary opposition, when we go in on site visits and we invite them to join us, please come. Don't just talk, except, no, I have to correct that, except my cousin, the PAL rep for the Marigot constituency. He's always there, Mr. Speaker. We have to keep that way. He's representing the people of Marigot and Dominica by extension. But so, Mr. Speaker, let me explain what is happening. Better infrastructure means better access. Better access means more visitors and investment. More visitors and investment means more demand for transport, food, accommodation, tours, maintenance, entertainment, and professional services. This means existing businesses can expand, new businesses can open, and Dominican people can earn, not only during construction, but long after the ribbon is cut. Vacation rentals, Mr. Speaker, are expanding. I met this gentleman from Calibishi. We had visited his site, we visited his property sometime, maybe 2 years ago with the Honorable Lakia Joseph. Mr. Speaker, he was smiling from ear to ear and he said to me, I just bought another property, Mr. Speaker. Expanding, businesses expanding, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know where some people get this doom and gloom that is going on. As the minister told you, money circulating in Dominica. That is why we can present a 1.3 billion dollar budget, Mr. Speaker. The airport, marine and cable car will require workers, suppliers, transport providers, agencies and many supporting services. That is how infrastructure reaches the pocket of the ordinary Dominican, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am convinced if 4 properties could create 550 jobs, International Airport Marina, you can add it up. I think that will create close to about 2,000, Mr. Speaker, direct jobs, Mr. Speaker, for the Dominican people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader is right. An airport is not merely a runway. A marina is not merely a place to dock a yacht. A tourism site is not merely a place to take photographs. Each of these investments is a platform for which the Dominican people can build businesses and create wealth, Mr. Speaker, wealth. So, Mr. Speaker, our people, the businesses and communities must work with the government, Mr. Speaker. It has to be a partnership, Mr. Speaker, to turn that platform to prosperity. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the government is giving a lot of concessions. I was trying to get the exact figure, but I think PM reported it in the House last time. The annual concessions that we give, that is investing in private sector, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I got a report from the Ministry of Dominica Invest Authority, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there are about, when I check, over 40 companies in Dominica who have tax holidays, not paying taxes in a small economy like that. Over 40 companies. That is government investing in the private sector. It's a partnership, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when the airport opens, we will need new taxi operators, Mr. Speaker. Who will have the vending spaces? Who will provide the meals? Who will supply the hotels? Who will develop the tours? Who will manage the villas? Who will provide cleaning, beauty, wellness, and digital services? Who will be air traffic controllers? Right now, DASPA has an ad out for air traffic controllers, Mr. Speaker, and I want to encourage our young people to apply. Who will be the immigration officers and the custom officers? Those opportunities belong to our Dominican people, Mr. Speaker. DDA trained more than 116 tourism service providers in the last fiscal year, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we know just because of the cable car alone, that is not sufficient, Mr. Speaker. So there is opportunity in this modern Dominica. It is up to us to position ourselves to take advantage of it, Mr. Speaker. Our people, as I think it's Senator Lockhart said, must prepare themselves, Mr. Speaker. Very important. Because once we open that door, it is up to you to walk through it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this spending, we are trying to build, yes, a one technology, Mr. Speaker. That's why I should do like PM, and bring my paper. I want to cut style and use a tablet, Mr. Speaker. Show that I'm young and trending, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you see all the thing stop on me, Mr. Speaker, technology. Stick on me, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, just give me a minute. So, Mr. Speaker, tourism is growing, and that growth is important because tourism reaches directly to communities and households, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when Dominica receives an international accolade, it is very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm normally scrolling on TikTok to see what's happening, Mr. Speaker. And I came across a traveler who said that he came to Dominica, he selected Dominica because Dominica was the #1 island in the Caribbean and the #1 island in the world, according to Travel and Leisure, Mr. Speaker. And he wanted to experience that island. And he had a fabulous time in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. So when we get those international accolades, and we've been getting a lot, Mr. Speaker, I don't even list them anymore because there are so many. You know, when we just started, you get a little 1, 2, 3, 4, you boast in that. Mr. Speaker, we have about 30, 40 accolades every year now, Mr. Speaker. Dominica is trending, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we love that because there is greater interest in our nature product, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that we can build this $1 billion industry. So you see, as the budget is $1.2 billion, tourism alone must have its own billion, Mr. Speaker. We want visitors to stay longer, experience more, and spend more, while we protect the nature and culture that makes Dominica special. Mr. Speaker, every visitor should support a chain of Dominican livelihoods. Taxi operators, farmers, fisher folk who supplies the restaurant, the tour guide who interprets our heritage, the craft vendor who sells local product, Mr. Speaker. Every visitor, Mr. Speaker, as I said, and I keep repeating that because I want our people to understand that governments will put policies to facilitate growth. But it is you to take advantage of the opportunity so more money can come in your pocket, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the next question for me, which is critical and important, is are we ready for the increasing number of visitors and the type of visitors we are attracting, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, PM hosted a reception with 18 millionaires who were in Dominica for the first time to swim with the whales, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure our services are consistent and our service levels are exceptional. Our products packaged properly. Our restaurants family friendly. Can visitors easily find authentic Dominican products and experiences? These are the questions for the next level of growth. And as I said, the answer requires stronger partnership between the public and private sector, Mr. Speaker. It is not they versus us, Mr. Speaker. It is us, Sesanu, Mr. Speaker. It's our industry. And it's time we come together to build it. So, Mr. Speaker, when we tell the world we're offering them X, Mr. Speaker, when they come here, they receive X, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to Travel and Tour World, islands that prioritize rainforest conservation, marine protection, farm-to-table dining are seeing faster percentage growth in European bookings, Mr. Speaker. One thing is very clear to me. The modern traveler, and this is based on all international trends, wants experiences that fit Dominica. Whale watching, swimming with the whales, kayaking, river tubing, chasing waterfalls, hiking, agro-tourism, wellness, culture, and authentic community life. People want to actually live in a community and experience how people live. They want to feel a part of it. Because in most big countries, there is no longer community. So people like coming to a small island where you can belong to a community and be safe in that community, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, our responsibility is to package those experiences well price them properly, and make them easy to purchase, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we recently launched Goûter Dominique. And that wasn't just for us to enjoy a good meal, Mr. Speaker. It was for us to understand what we are currently offering people. What is the culinary experience one has in Dominica, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, during Goûter Dominique, my niece was here visiting, my 5-year-old niece, and I visited one of the restaurants. And we sat down, we ordered, she ordered a pizza. Mr. Speaker, when the pizza came, she said to me, "But Auntie, I am surprised. Why am I being given this big pizza, Mr. Speaker?" She's a child. So one thing you realize, Mr. Speaker, we have to have more child-friendly menus, Mr. Speaker. Because obviously, if a child goes to a restaurant in another major country, there are child menu options, Mr. Speaker. So the portions are different. And so we have to make sure that our restaurants have packages for families. Because if your family is and you want to go and dine, you want to make sure the entire family can dine together, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these initiatives they allow us to audit the experience, identify the gaps in order to improve the tourism product. Wellness tourism, Mr. Speaker, is one of the fastest growing industries, Mr. Speaker, and one of our strongest opportunities. It's a $9.8 trillion industry, Mr. Speaker, and that is US dollars. Visitors already come for our hot springs, rivers, herbs, clean air, healthy food, peace, and natural healing environment, Mr. Speaker. We now need more bookable experiences for wellness retreats, and all this I'm saying here, taking my time to articulate, are opportunities. Because, Mr. Speaker, you can just decide you're opening a business, register it, you go to companies, register your own business name, post it, open a Facebook page, put that you're offering services, you have the rivers there in Dominica, and just package an experience around that, advertise it online, put a payment system, and somebody can pay you right there, Mr. Speaker, and book an experience in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, healthy culinary packages, guided nature therapy and events that bring visitors during traditionally slower periods. And Mr. Speaker, I recently appointed a wellness advisory group. We have a thriving wellness community in Dominica with many wellness practitioners, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank them for accepting to serve, Mr. Speaker, because we have to tap in that 9.8 trillion industry, Mr. Speaker. Or if I get 1 billion, Mr. Speaker, we good. Mr. Speaker, our Kalinago tourism pillar must also move from individual attractions to complete packages. And we are working with the Kalinago people to do just that, Mr. Speaker. Soon, Honorable Frederick and I will be launching our Kalinago website, Mr. Speaker. The only hold-up is that we want to train our people. We want to guide them and help them package properly, price properly, and then we will launch the Kalinago website, Mr. Speaker. So the Kalinago people can earn more directly from their heritage and creativity. And Mr. Speaker, agrotourism is another major opportunity. As I said, farm-to-table meals, farm visits, flower and garden experiences, Honorable Lockhart Pollitt, cocoa and coffee tours, herbal demonstrations, livestock experiences, and local food events, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, agriculture and tourism go hand in hand, and farmers and fishers can earn additional income, Mr. Speaker, by participating and offering experiences for visitors on their farm, Mr. Speaker, or on their boat. So we'll be focusing more on helping our people prepare themselves for those opportunities, because as I said, this is what the average visitor wants today. So, Mr. Speaker, the government, the central message of my contribution is that the government creates opportunities, but it's up to the citizens to create prosperity. So I am very happy that the government in this fiscal budget is placing an additional $19 million at the Aid Bank, Mr. Speaker. So as we're discussing tourism opportunities right there, Mr. Speaker, we have made the financing available that somebody can go now and apply to the Aid Bank to either start a new business or expand on the business that they have, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, there is one thing. Business requires discipline, focus, and the willingness, Mr. Speaker, to start, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think that government also offers a lot of training programs. You know what I find is absent? Not many people lining up, rushing to register for those programs. So that, and the minister spoke to it, and the Minister of Education will speak to the number of free training opportunities we have. And I am begging our people, take advantage of it. Equip yourself. So, Mr. Speaker, the market is growing, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to figure out what are the gaps and position ourselves to create those businesses to fill the gaps, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can give you another simple example. Somebody forwarded me an email they received randomly from a group coming from Japan. They were trying to book a taxi operator and they did not know how to access information on Dominica. They were planning their trip for 2027. They're coming next year, somewhere in April. And they were trying to connect with Dominican service providers. And so they randomly sent somebody who had a DM a message through his website. And Mr. Speaker, that is an opportunity, as I said, for tour operators for tour operators, Mr. Speaker, to provide that service, Mr. Speaker, and have a website or an app or use the social media platforms, Mr. Speaker, to advertise that if you want to come to Dominica, you can book through my webpage. You can book through my website or through my Instagram or Facebook page, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased though, whilst I was thinking about that, to see that a Dominican launched a remote Dominica app, doing that very same thing, so, Mr. Speaker. So our people are thinking, our people are finding the solutions. And one of the other challenges we have, especially during festivals, is transport, Mr. Speaker. Transportation. Transportation is scarce, Mr. Speaker. So I was speaking to a few Dominicans about doing a ride-sharing app, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, to my amazement, they had proposals already, Mr. Speaker. That is what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. Some people are positioning themselves to take advantage of the new opportunities that is emerging in this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping very soon that we can meet with them to see how we can partner to launch that ride-sharing app, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we are well aware that buildings, leader of the opposition, do not build economies. People build economies, Mr. Speaker. That is why the greatest investment that we will ever make as a government is in our people, is in developing their skills, building their confidence, and encouraging them to pursue their dreams, Mr. Speaker. Our young people are talented, they understand technology, they are creative, they're expressive, and connected to the world in ways that I wasn't when I was their age, Mr. Speaker. Although I still think I can be considered young, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity before our youth is to convert that talent to income, Mr. Speaker, enterprise, and be part of national development. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I always tell my youth, the same phone that they use for entertainment can be used for education and also to create income, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see them all the time, scrolling, looking for jokes, laughing. But these people they're looking at are creating income, Mr. Speaker. The more views they get, the more money they make, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, our people can use their phones to access free courses online, study video production, digital marketing, coding, photography, culinary arts, content creation, Mr. Speaker. And we at the ministry are willing to partner with them. Recently, we had a young lady, Sari, who got a proposal for content creation on TikTok because she said to me that, Minister, we know that you're market mostly and promote Dominica mostly on Facebook and Instagram, but the TikTok audience is different. And you have to craft your messages and your videos to attract them because a different audience, the messaging is different. And so, Mr. Speaker, she presented a proposal to us, which we accepted, Mr. Speaker. So now she's engaged as a TikTok promoter for Discover Dominica Authority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also met a young entrepreneur in Dominica who went to study, now has a medical spa open, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am so happy that we have medical spas in Dominica. Because as far as I know, we have about 3, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, micro needling, new services being offered out there in the beauty industry, Mr. Speaker. You could only find those services in the US, Mr. Speaker. You have to travel to do those things. And these are natural ways of getting your body to heal itself, Mr. Speaker, with minimal invasion, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am so impressed by this young woman. She studied, she returned home, she opened a business, Mr. Speaker. She's offering those services. But Mr. Speaker, she has her own product line, Mr. Speaker, made from local Dominican herbs, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we have to celebrate those things. There are things happening in this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, micro needling is like a natural Botox. So if any of the ladies out there, you want to tighten your skin, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to age, Mr. Speaker. The collagen, your face a little more relaxed. I want to encourage you, try out our medical spas and do some micro needling, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking from experience.
What do you mean you tighten?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. No, it's not painful at all, Mr. Speaker. So let us support our local businesses who have invested, Mr. Speaker, in the country and keep the money in Dominica. There's no need to travel for certain services anymore, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of initiatives we plan to multiply across the country. I have listed so many opportunities this morning, and most of them cost very little investment, startup cost. Most of them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, all we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is package those things professionally, Mr. Speaker, because we have to understand when we do something, we're not just doing it for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. You have to package things with information, Mr. Speaker, so when somebody comes to buy local products, Mr. Speaker, they can read the label, they can understand the ingredients in the good, Mr. Speaker, because you know people are allergic to different things, Mr. Speaker. So that is one area, and I'm hoping that in this fiscal year, with our small tourism enterprises that sell products to foreigners, Mr. Speaker, we can ensure that all of them go through the Bureau of Standards, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the loan at Aid Bank, Mr. Speaker, for entrepreneurs. And so now, Mr. Speaker, I also want to commend this Dominica Labour Party government for another $19 million, Mr. Speaker, for educational advancement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe, if we do our research, that the Dominica Labour Party has achieved its target of a university graduate for household, and may have even surpassed that target, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I was reflecting on my own educational journey. And I remember when I told my mother I wanted to go and study, she was very concerned, Mr. Speaker, because she used to say, I have hot food, I like friends, I like to do. So she didn't believe that I'd be focused on my studies, Mr. Speaker. But here I was saying to her, that I want to go and study. And in order to secure the loan, I needed a land paper, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, my mother pondered on that for months, Mr. Speaker. And I said, but what happened in well, my lady want me to go and travel, and Mr. Speaker, I get vexed, you know, I get upset. But Mr. Speaker, when I reflected on it, my mother didn't have an easy upbringing. She had to work in the hospital, at hotels, cleaning rooms, doing hawkering to make an income, Mr. Speaker. So you know how long it took her to raise that money to build a home, Mr. Speaker? And then here it is, I'm asking her. And I think it's easy to give me a land paper to secure that loan, Mr. Speaker. I could understand her concerns, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have to be proud as a people always for what the Dominica Labour Party under Roosevelt Skerrit has done for education in this country, educational advancement, and removing all barriers to educating yourself as a Dominican, from primary up to tertiary, Mr. Speaker. We must always be proud and never forget how it was tough for our parents to send us to school, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I thank God, Mr. Speaker, that I spoke to my father, and finally, Mr. Speaker, after months, my mother agreed. And Mr. Speaker, every month, for the years I was studying, and the loan had to be repaid, every month my mother said, make sure you pay that loan, you know. Mr. Speaker, I could understand. But thank God for the Dominica Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the investments we are making in our people, Mr. Speaker, they have to honor it, Mr. Speaker. There are many young people we have educated, we have paid their tuitions, they're out there working all over the world. And Mr. Speaker, we are happy for them, Mr. Speaker, because that is what empowerment is, Mr. Speaker. That you can take the investment that this government has made in you and go anywhere and shine. And we are happy for it, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm equally proud of the Dominicans that also return home to contribute to nation building, Mr. Speaker. Because that is also equally important. Some of us have to stay home and return home, Mr. Speaker, to help in nation building. So when the government educates you, Mr. Speaker, invests in you, it is not okay to just stay on the wayside and complain and criticize, Mr. Speaker. Come join and help, Mr. Speaker, because when you needed us, we were there for you. And so now your country needs you, it's expanding. Let us join forces together, Mr. Speaker, to build dynamic Dominica. So, Mr. Speaker, one thing I will say, development also requires a change in mindset. Mr. Speaker, we cannot speak about creating opportunity while allowing jealousy, fear of competition, or necessary obstruction to prevent people from making an honest living. As the minister, I come across these things too often, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have individuals who are trying to establish businesses, provide services, and support their families, only to find obstacles placed in their way by ordinary people, Mr. Speaker, that think if they open that business there, they will compete with them, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with that culture, Mr. Speaker, of not wanting to facilitate others, Mr. Speaker. There is room in this dynamic, modern Dominica. There is room for many more businesses, Mr. Speaker. And really and truly, we should not be seeking to compete or block somebody, Mr. Speaker. We should be seeking to complement and collaborating with each other, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm exceptionally pleased about this new creative, this industry, this new agency for creatives, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this will require our Buyo artists, all our musicians, our agro-processors to come together. It will require the 3 C's for that investment to be fruitful. Commitment, cooperation, Mr. Speaker, and compliance. So here it is again, the government is creating the opportunity. is going to establish the agency. It is putting $3 million down. But in order for that opportunity to bring prosperity, it requires us to work together as a people, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hoping, that this new initiative will be successful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I will not go over the examples on some of the critical measures, Mr. Speaker, because Honorable Pina did so, and some of my other colleagues did so as well. The savings that is going to be left in the pockets of Dominican from the flat rate income tax, 10%, Mr. Speaker. One flat rate for everybody, Mr. Speaker. And you know what is beautiful about this one flat rate? In some countries, when you have one flat rate, that's it. There are no deductions. In Dominica, after the one flat rate, you can still deduct from the taxes that you pay if you have a mortgage, interest, Mr. Speaker. And if you have a student loan, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, some people will end up paying no taxes, Mr. Speaker. Savings in your pocket. And, Mr. Speaker, the customs, no more compounding. And if you are a small business and you want to buy tools, with the no compounding and the fiscal license you can obtain at the small business unit, your taxes comes to like, if you're paying, going to be $300, almost like $50, Mr. Speaker. That is money left in the pockets of Dominican people. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to go into the detail, but I can tell you, we are leaving more money in the pockets of Dominicans. And what can you do with it? As I said, we are growing in the tourism industry. We do not have enough rooms. You can use that money, if you have a downstairs, to start buying your blocks and cement, start putting it on the site, to build that downstairs, so you can take advantage of that opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Because we need about 600 more rooms to achieve our targets in 5 years, Mr. Speaker. So this savings is timely, Mr. Speaker. Money at the aid bank, income tax, flat rate, customs reform, all of it equals to more money in people's pockets to take advantage of all the opportunities available in this new economy we are building, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying all that people cannot use a little dollar to have some fun, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want everybody to go to Grand Bay this weekend for breakfast, Mr. Speaker, I will be in the red light section, Mr. Speaker. So, red light section, Mr. Speaker.
5 more minutes.
Yes, that's fine. And Mr. Speaker, we had a successful Bikers Fest, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank 767 Bikers and DFC for ensuring that we had a great event, Mr. Speaker. And generally a safe event, because safety is important. Safety is a must, Mr. Speaker. But there are a lot of events growing around our summer calendar. So more people can come and visit Dominica during the summer from the region and other islands. Mr. Speaker, I really wanted to mention one critical thing, and that is about our environment. Our nature is our brand. It's an economic asset, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this dumping and abandoned vehicles along the road, Mr. Speaker, derelicts, Mr. Speaker, disposing garbage anywhere, anyhow, on any day, Mr. Speaker, these things have to stop. It doesn't have to take a government to regulate it for you to stop it. You have to know where your value is, Mr. Speaker. She said, my colleague said it right, sense of national pride. Because I was talking to somebody at Solid Waste, and they said to me, Dominica doesn't have a garbage collection problem. We have a garbage disposal, and that is true. Because when you are in the other countries, Mr. Speaker, you cannot dispose garbage any day, Mr. Speaker. You have to wait for days of collection to put out your garbage, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, they are doing their best to collect the garbage, but people are dumping garbage every day. Whether the bin is full or not, they're dumping the garbage. And we have to do better. So I'm happy with the new opportunity to privatize this industry, Mr. Speaker. We already do it at our tourism sites. We have People's Choice Award services and STARS services from Maho and they're doing a phenomenal job, Mr. Speaker. So it's something the government is already doing, and I'm happy it's going to be expanded, Mr. Speaker, because keeping this country clean and green is critical for our growth in tourism, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, before I close, I must talk about the beautiful, hardworking people of the Soufriere constituency. A lot is happening in the Soufriere constituency, and I'll have a town hall meeting to share more of what's going on and the opportunities available under this new budget. But we spent a lot of money. We did the alum stream, about $2.2 million, the expansion of the playing field in Point Michel, over $600,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we completed the repair of the Scott says Soufriere Sea defense wall, Mr. Speaker, and we are about to start this project to fix the daily drainage stabilization and to build culverts on the Point Michel to Soufriere Road to reduce flooding and to make the road safer, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, nearly $10 million has been spent in the Soufriere constituency in the last fiscal year, Mr. Speaker. And we deserve our fair share, Mr. Speaker. I know some colleagues look at me and they say, boy, you're getting a lot. But the Soufriere constituency is faithful, Mr. Speaker.
You have a problem.
And so, Mr. Speaker, on August 11, we'll be opening our brand new Soufriere preschool funded by Jungle Bay, Mr. Speaker, partnership, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. The government is doing its part to facilitate growth. Dominica clearly is not where it was 25 years ago. Dominica has grown. Dominica is prospering. The government is making major investments to create more opportunities for people to advance themselves, create businesses, and increase their income, Mr. Speaker. What is now required is for the people now to take advantage of those opportunities. Invest in yourself, invest in a course, invest in starting a new business, build an apartment below your house, take advantage of this opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, it comes down to this. This is a strong partnership between the Dominica Labour Party government and the Dominican people. And Mr. Speaker, if it were you, and you're scanning the room for a partner, Mr. Speaker, because I spoke about marriage and anniversary and the start. And Mr. Speaker, in one corner, you have one person who was elected in 2014, a leader of a political party, abandoned the people that gave you a mandate to serve and resigned on the people, Mr. Speaker. Would you say I am leaving the one I'm married to for that person? You have another leader, Mr. Speaker, of the United Workers' Party government, who says, I love Dominica. I want to serve Dominica. But during Dominica's hardest years, Maria and COVID, where was it, Mr. Speaker? In South Sudan, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, when it comes for us to renew our covenant with the people of Dominica, they will look around the room, look at their options and say, I have Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party, you're still the one I love. With that, Mr. Speaker, I endorse the 2026-2027.
Yes, Honorable Alfred, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this budget for the fiscal year 2026-2027. This year, I had a very hard time preparing my presentation. I started something and scrapped it. I think this budget made me dizzy. Mr. Speaker, but I'll present a summary of all those things that are in my head. But before I do so, I want to send special greetings to the people of Petite Soufriere, Saint-Sauveur, Udo, Mopo, Deepa, Tranto, Formel, Cassie Bruce Proper, and thank them graciously for the opportunity to serve them. Also, Mr. Speaker, I want to give high commendation to the Minister of Finance and all those who played a part in preparing this budget. Mr. Speaker, this budget is presented at a time when everybody says the world is changing fast. I'm going a little slower because somebody told me a little too fast. But be sure, Mr. Speaker, that our purpose shall remain clear: to serve the people of Dominica the best we can. Across the globe, we see the same pressures. Food and fuel prices going up without warning. We spoke about climate events getting stronger and more frequent. New technology is changing the way people work. High interest rates that make borrowing even more difficult. Wars are disrupting trade. Mr. Speaker, no country is untouched. These are not just like news we see on TV. These are realities. They're not just headlines. They show up in our homes. They show up in the price of bread. Some of those bakers now, they're held on to the same price, but the loaf is now smaller. They show up in the roofs we want to reinforce and the windows we want to install. And they show up in questions that children are asking. Why go to school? Why I must study? Will there even be a good job for me when I graduate? But Mr. Speaker, we cannot control global wind. But this Labour Party administration, with a ship that is captained by Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, we choose how we want to set our sails. This budget is part of how we choose to set our sails to ride out some of the storms. A skipping thing, Mr. Speaker. Anything somebody said already, I just leaving that out. The budget ensures that we continue because people have addressed things. I think the public understand well. Long before we even start speaking, they understood. You know, so the budget ensures that we continue to protect our vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, our motto is building resilience, and this budget will help us to brace, to save, to build and invest, so that the next storm or the next price shock that comes does not break us. This means stronger infrastructure, stronger farms, stronger health system, stronger and more relevant education, and a stronger economy that can stand on its own. Mr. Speaker, our greatest resource is our people. So this budget pays great attention to education, health and job creation, especially for young people and women. This is a responsible budget. It's honest about challenges, no trick. We don't skirt around things. It's careful with dollars, and it's hopeful with our future. Mr. Speaker, in a time when this world is changing so much, the biggest responsibility that the Ministry of Education has is not just to ensure that schools teach subjects and cover curriculum. It is to protect our children's future, to make sure that every child in every community, at every school, have access to safe school, qualified teachers, and an education that prepares them for jobs that do not even yet exist. I speak about those jobs that will become in the international airport and the geothermal energy plant and all of those projects that we are now undertaking. Mr. Speaker, now universities are reviewing what they're offering, because some of those jobs that our children will work in are not even existing yet. Mr. Speaker, it was hard, but the Ministry of Education is working to ensure that no matter what happens in this world, our students will have a strong spiritual foundation, the knowledge, skills, and character to thrive and not just survive. This is what we have been working at, and this is how this budget facilitates us as we build our future in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, what I like about us is that we are not frivolous. Some people are too frivolous. Can you fair beating? They are just doing stuff. Frivolous, frivolous, well, whatever, but no frivol. We are not so, Mr. Speaker. We are not frivol. We plan We set foundation and then we build. So therefore, there's very little waste. Mr. Speaker, we have increased and protected access at all levels. As of now, 32 out of our 45 government schools now have early childhood centers. So we are heading for universal early childhood education. And the 33rd Early Childhood Center in Superior Primary, a gift from Jungle Bay and Friends, will be handed over on Tuesday to the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, we continue to protect universal primary and secondary education. You know, Mr. Speaker, that universal secondary education there holds a very close place in my heart, you know. If I choose to have a eulogy, I say I want eulogy when I die. But if I choose to change my mind, they have to put that in it. They have to put that part in it, Mr. Speaker. Because in my time, Mr. Speaker, I understand fully what it is to do your best. And when a selection list come out, people who did worse than you, their name on that list, but your name is not on that list. Because if your surname is Bonnet, you're not in it. It was about surname, about what business, who was your father. I was one of the lucky ones, Mr. Speaker, because my principal herself put herself out to find me a space at a secondary school. How many, and I'm telling you something now, in first form, I came out first twice, and second 3 times, among scholarship children. So who making me think is because I was stupid, I didn't make the list? No, Mr. Speaker, you know how many other children like me didn't get a chance? And nobody did anything. Nobody felt the agony that you feel in the schoolyard when your friends have been jumping up because they passed, and you didn't make it. Nobody cared if your intelligence went down the drain until the Dominican Labour Party take on the initiative of universal secondary education. So we have to protect universal secondary education. Mr. Speaker, I'm just giving you a summary. This is the only administration who has paid so much attention to students with special needs. We celebrate the abilities and we embrace the differences of students with special needs. We celebrate them in Special Olympics. We celebrate them in beauty pageants. We celebrate them in clubs. We celebrate them in art competitions. Mr. Speaker, nobody in Dominica uses the word mumu or tebe. Well, let me tell you something. When I was small, we didn't know the names of students who were visually or who were hearing or speech impaired. Only name we knew for them was Mumu. So everybody was calling the child Mumu. He grew up to be a big man, Mumu, and nobody knew that his name was whatever it was. Now, Mr. Speaker, this word is out of our vocabulary. So therefore, God will always bless this Labour Party, you know. Because, Mr. Speaker, now everybody have their identity. Now we have a link with the Ministry of Health. We catch these children early, we assess them. If they can sit in a normal class, we put them in a normal class. In addition to the classroom teacher, the government of Dominica pays a special teacher to sit with them, and we follow them all the way up. That is what we have done for students with special needs. And what all the schools that we built on, repaired after the hurricane, we made sure we have access for special needs and special washroom. Mr. Speaker, the Center of Excellence for Special Education at Thibault will give us something to shout about, because it will be a pleasure to own the fact that we have a center which can offer quality care and education in nurturing one of our most vulnerable groups. Then we see in the budget this year that we recognize also that people living with disabilities must be active participants in national development. And in this budget, allowance is made for government to establish the National Commission on Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Speaker, that will be recorded in our history. It has not happened before. It's not something that we are resurrecting. It's not something that we are building on. It's something that we are doing because we are interested in what happened to the most vulnerable in our communities. Mr. Speaker, we have increased school attendance through safety nets program. We didn't just say there and say, oh, 45% attendance, average attendance for the year, 45%. This Dominican Labour Party administration ensured that measures were put in place to address the issues of absenteeism among students. And we speak about all these safety net programs we have in place, from transportation to school feeding program to uniform, and we must never leave out the free health care for under 16, because when a child is sick, their parents have to keep them home saying they haven't got money to take them to doctor. When a child is sick, the parent have to wait and say next week and next month. When a child is sick, if the child can recover within this week, we have a system where this child can be given health care and go back to school by next week, not being at home waiting and rubbing with castor oil and doing this one. No, Mr. Speaker, because we have got to choose between bread and taking our child to a doctor. And Mr. Speaker, we must not forget the Net for All program. If you have a child at home, $10 for internet. That also has helped too. Because now, if children have flu symptoms, we ask them to stay home because you don't want one child having the whole 17 children sick. But when that child stays home, a number of schools are still teaching children online while they are absent. So this child, when that child comes back to school, that child can fall in and follow. Mr. Speaker, we must never take these things for granted. Because, you know, I said in a meeting at home, some of the things that we take for granted, people in other countries have to register. They have to fill forms. They have to line up. They have to follow up. And when they get to the table, they might well be told, you are referred to next year. In Dominica, because we do not have to do all that, and it comes, all we hear is, we got changing uniform this year now? The answer is yes. We must not take these things for granted. Just on Monday, the Minister of Education from Anguilla messaged me. Minister Alfred, we need to talk about all those safety nets program you all have so I can see how we can implement some in our system. So, you know, it's irritating a little. Because yes, you have to. Because some things that people looking onto Dominica for, Dominican people stand with their hand in their pocket and say, so why is that? You know, so why is that? If you just knew what happening in other places and how people are asking us questions, we wouldn't stand and just say, so why is that? Mr. Speaker, when attendance goes up, performance goes up too. We are happy to report that we saw improvements in all subjects, at all schools, at all levels, both among males and females. Mr. Speaker, we are especially happy that our boys are now performing at the same level with our girls. Therefore, Dominica is coming out of that regional statistics where they're saying boys are underperforming or girls are outperforming boys. Mr. Speaker, I'm just hoping we can make it better because Dominica is coming out of that data. Somebody out there is going to call just now to ask us about those best practices because a number of other countries are still struggling with that. So, Mr. Speaker, Dominica also continues to perform above regional average at CSEC. Mr. Speaker, we advanced TVET education in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the conversation about TVET is changing. And everybody I hear say not academically inclined, I put the brakes on them. That's no, I don't know where that term come out. It's nonsense. It's not true. It doesn't make sense. Because our children are choosing skill subject, not because they are not academically inclined, because they understand that the jobs that the markets are asking for is about skills. Mr. Speaker, look at my dress. Yesterday, I was wearing a dress compliment Mrs. Joan Jean-Jacques and the TVET class at Goodwill Secondary. Today, I'm wearing a dress compliments Miss Nalda Thomas and the TVET sewing class at Northeast Comprehensive. So I am saying the TVET program has made it all the way up to Parliament and is going. Mr. Speaker, and you can get their phone numbers if you wish. And it was the way they were checking on making sure the measurement correct and try it first. And man, I tell you, let's get serious with this trend and take them seriously. Mr. Speaker, all public secondary school students do at least one TVET subject at CXC. This year we had 12 skill subjects and we received an average pass of 92%. We speak about traditional skills like agriculture, technical drawing, food preparation, and clothing and textile. But we also speak about more modern skills, such as industrial technology, electronic document processing and management, theater and arts, and home and family management. The government of Dominica expresses congratulations to all of our students. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to spend maybe 3 minutes so that I can finally put this JSP story to rest. Mr. Speaker, people said, oh, I don't know when the JSP now. JSP was a good thing, JSP. Mr. Speaker, JSP is Junior Secondary Program. It was a junior secondary program operated in the spaces at primary schools because we didn't have spaces at the secondary school. So the students did the same 4 core subjects using the same textbooks as first form and second form in high school, and we complemented it with a skill program. Now, when universal secondary education came along, all the students went to secondary school. So junior secondary program can now be done at secondary school because that is where junior secondary is, first and second form, and sometimes third form. That is why at the primary school, when the children got grade 1 or grade 2, they went straight to second form or third form at the secondary school, and they did the work. So there's no need. I was a junior secondary school program, broke teacher. I had about 9 children on my last group. When we went to the secondary school, we all went down to the secondary school. We went down with our sewing, we went down with our woodwork, we went down with everything. We even took some of the tools from the primary workshop and we brought them down. So I am saying, after today, let that junior secondary program story rest in peace because we have passed that level. We are now looking at industrial skills under the TVET program. Okay? Mr. Speaker, since we began to award national vocational qualification, I want to say that our national vocational qualification certificates, they are recognized in all CARICOM countries because we follow Cantor's standard. Our TVET Council office is very busy. Currently, we have 120 portfolios under review. We have 58 students waiting for their certificates. And Mr. Speaker, our goal is if we can certify 200 skilled people in 1 year, we good, you know. We good. And Mr. Speaker, we have grown. Now we are doing what we call the PLA. The PLA is where you go to where people work and you certify them based on what they already know. A number of firms and institutions are calling us to certify their skilled workers. And that, or like now, we have 85 people registered for an NVQ certificate through PLA. Because if a person already knows to lay tiles, you don't have to make them go for a whole skill training. You go and you assess them on the job that they're laying the tile, and you certify them as that. You certify them based on their units that they have mastered. Same thing with cosmetology. If a person working doing nails, you can call us in. We can do them at level 1, nail preparation. Everybody working in the cosmetology shop don't have to be able to take it all the way up to acrylics. I say good. To acrylics. I'm not so thinking those things. A person can just be there preparing the nails. And then the customer goes to another person. Then the customer goes to the last person who will put the design. So you really don't have to be certified in the whole thing. If it's nails you can prepare for now, we certify you with nails. Oh, I know. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. I don't have to take you on, how to take my time. Mr. Speaker, all I know, we are engaging a consultant to help us to do the operationalization plan for the TVET Center of Excellence. Because that place will not just be for secondary students, it will be for everybody to go back to school. Okay? OECS eyes on us with that center there. Because we'll be preparing people for industry. That is why I want to say to the people of Roseau North, everybody telling, Senator told the Cassius, young people get ready, everybody saying get ready. I want to say to Roseau North, get ready. Because when we have students coming from all over the Caribbean to do industrial certification in welding, they're going to want places to stay. And the closer they are to the center, is the better for them. So everybody needs to be getting ready for what is going on. Mr. Speaker, today might be the last time you might hear me talking in Parliament about adult education as it is now. Because when talking about adult education was big people going in a place with a piece of book in a plastic to learn to read and write. But Mr. Speaker, Dominica's literacy rate is at 94% and counting. We are the 8th in the 10 most intelligent people in the region. So if a person think we sort, no pass out, no? Yes. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, all I know, we are offering adults not just basic numeracy skills, but we are teaching them new skills and we are sharpening skills they already know. And more than 500 people have benefited from 10 skills program conducted island-wide and in the prison. Mr. Speaker, we're talking from small business management to conversational French. No, conversation, that's important. If that tourism thing and people come here now or show in your tea, that's now we're going to be talking about conversational German. Yes. So we're going there. We're doing tile laying to cake making and decorating, mechanics and plumbing to weed construction and installation. Mr. Speaker, refrigerator and air condition. Let me tell you something about the weave. Before we should just fix weave on people here, on people's head. We go now, we give them edge. It did not edge before, we learn edge. Why? We learn edge. Now, Mr. Speaker, you can put the person to sit in front of you and you take a profile of the shape of their head and their hairline. You can feel the texture of their hair. You can go by the hair and you can make the wig for them to suit their face. Customized. Customize it to suit the person. Mr. Speaker, you know what happening there? Now men are going to have more problem to recognize if it's a false hair or a real hair. Because now the thing customized to feel like your hair, to look like your hair, to shape like your face, and you don't need it too long because your normal hair is not long, so you don't. That is what we are teaching our people now. Oh, I know that, I know everything. Mr. Speaker, we receive a $404,000 and counting under the LEAF program called Unlocking Potential, Equipping Marginalized Communities for Tomorrow's Job. 200 adults ranging from 18 to 29 years are enrolled in this program, which will run until February 28, 2027. Our major focus includes community-based vocational skill training in level 1 and level 2. You're talking about same thing, auto mechanics, but this time we're going up a little higher with it. How many skills? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the conversation on skills education is changing. It was never as bad as some people made it look. Some people were not informing themselves. Some of these children are leaving school and they're going straight to their shop with their sewing. One time they're opening their shop. Some of them are going into employment one time. And we are happy that people are beginning to trust the skills that these children have. Mr. Speaker, we invested in teachers and technology in schools. The OEC has harmonized curriculum. It is digital. Teachers can now go there. They can ask AI to prepare a lesson plan for them. They can make it their own. They meet other teachers from overseas. They download teaching aids. They get songs to go with the lessons. They get rhymes to go with the lessons. Boy, I tell you, when I was a teacher, the hardest part of everything was to write prepper. Whole night they're writing prepper. But not now. Teachers, as long as they know how to use technology, we roll in. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing now is we are looking for some young people who are interested to help us prepare virtual field trips. So a child can sit down in a class in Castle Bruce and watch the big screen, and they can now be visiting the marina in Portsmouth, sitting down in class. So children, now we are going to go to Portsmouth and we are going to pass through the Kalinago territory. And those children watching through the Kalinago territory, nice. The real thing is the best. But if we can do that, because we will get sponsorship for people who want to do some of those things. So at least we can pilot them. And then what we do is, among the OECS countries, we share the resources. So a child can sit down in a class in St. Lucia and also visit the marina in Portsmouth using some of the resources. And we too can use what St. Lucia have, and our children can be sitting down in Pigeon Point. I know a place in St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, the IT Institute for Dominica conducted various training in the future of tech and AI innovation. And Mr. Speaker, this year, the salary of early childhood teachers will increase by 25%. Oh, look up then. Mr. Speaker, $600 they used to pay preschool teachers, sometimes $200, and sometimes what the parents pay that you have to take away from. Now, preschool teachers in a room, well furnished, with all their resources, no rent to pay, no light to pay, and they're still getting a reasonable salary from the government of Dominica. And we're still exploring ways of actually standardizing that thing, because this is important. And Mr. Speaker, all principals who met the requirement, they receive transportation allowance. And all at the beginning of school, teachers receive an allowance to help them by teaching material. First time we was last year ever. First time we. Boy, anyway, I wish but I can't go back there. Mr. Speaker, you see that tax, that 10% tax and that custom reform? The next meeting we have of teachers, somewhere in February and March next year, I'm going to pass outside of the building before they know. Because I'm going to tell you, so when you have a teachers meeting, you see in Follicle Ride, I can guarantee you, if you see that, by next year March, when teachers have been meeting, take a pass by the building, and I'm telling you, you will see right back there. Yes, because that is what that does for the people who have been longing to get a vehicle and other things that they cannot afford it. Now teachers will have right to. Mr. Speaker, we continue to explore and support ways to develop the Dominica State College. You know already it was 7% of children used to go to college. Now, as long as you are a high school graduate, you can go to college. The government of Dominica, we provided a subvention of more than $3.7 million last year for salaries. We also paid more than $2.6 million for students. And before, one person in the community are going to college. And as long as you go in college, you come in a kind of a precious as if, you know, they're walking in their hands, so they say, ouch, you know. Yes, as if they cannot walk in the country. What? No, Mr. Speaker, I have 47 children in Castle Bruce going to college, you hear me? Because of what this government has done. Before, 30, 40, 50 children graduating. Now, no less than 300 children in a college graduation. And so, I want to give the high commendation to the college for the work they have done. They have worked well. But, Mr. Speaker, we're in a process now of reviewing the report from the consultation, because the whole plan is to reposition the college, same thing what I completed in school, to be future-oriented, to be innovation-driven, to respond to the needs of our projects. Yes, and the industry. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say something about the GATE program. The GATE, the GATE what you can walk through to go university, Government Assistant for Tertiary Education, is GATE. So you can just walk through that gate without land paper. Oh, you didn't know that then? Oh. So, but Miss Honorable Dennis Charles gave such a good example. But I am saying that we continue to honor that. And so we extend thanks to the Republic of Cuba, People's Republic of China, Mexico, Morocco. We also, outside of that, facilitate students to pursue scholarship opportunities through OAS. And while we're on that, we want to congratulate our 10 doctors who are coming home from Cuba. Put your hands together for them. That should show you by Dominicans resilient. Give us that. Yes. And the people who wanted us to hurry up, evacuate, since January, come out. And the students said, Minister, we don't have no reason why we need to come out. We can stick it out still. We are happy to welcome them home at the end of their study. In this budget, we hear about the 10 Dominican students will receive scholarships from the University of Guyana and additional scholarships in Romania. We're looking at fields like like aviation and other disciplines that we need. That's our focus, to make sure we have people who can serve in these places when we have completed. Because we don't want it to ever be said that we have to get young people from outside to work in those projects. When they are finished, there will not be projects again. There will be institutions and whatever. We do not want it to be ever said that because Dominica didn't have young people to serve, we have to go for outsiders. No, Mr. Speaker. We're making sure we're training people and they will serve. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, we hear Honorable Charles talk about the additional $19 million at Aid Bank for people who want to take student loan. And our focus, as we said, is preparing students to pursue studies in accordance with our national projects. Mr. Speaker, we have also built resilience. Everything we do, we think building better to withstand storms. Not storms like hurricane alone, all kinds of storms. This includes constructions of new structures, completion, rehabilitation of schools, repair work, and enhancing programs at school. Mr. Speaker, I talk about a few, like the additional classrooms at Cassibrus Secondary, costing us just over $1 million. We know about our 6 schools in the package from the People's Republic of China, costing us more than $20 million US. That is a big money, $20 million US. That includes the Tibet Center of Excellence and 5 primary schools. All our projects are on time, work is on schedule, and we're expecting to receive all of those schools together somewhere in November. It will finish and they'll hand over in December. What we have to do is not wait for it not to work. Some people are holding their breath and waiting for it not to happen. They'll suffocate. They'll suffocate you if they continue. What we need to do is to let's hope and pray that things will go as they are going so that we can get our school. Mr. Speaker, more than $180,000 was spent doing work at the Goodwill Primary School, and we still have some money to spend there doing the yard. They have waited a long time and we are happy. We have work to continue in Cornwall Street, and we will spend almost $1 million to do work at the Dominica State College. We also gave protective gears to schools, especially for the Tibet students. We gave fire extinguishers too. And Mr. Speaker, We build resilience in our students by strengthening our pastoral care and mental health education at our schools, counseling, social work. Because if children cannot learn if they have too many things on their mind. So we are happy that we didn't just build strong schools, but we also try to build strong minds. We are happy that when something happens and a child gets pregnant in school, we embrace the child. We embrace the student. Sometimes we give them counseling all the time from at home. We call, and there's some, when I was a principal, a child told me, principal, come and tell my mother that with me. We do that. And if we have to buy the layers, we buy the layer too. And we put them in bags and we take them home. And we support that home so that that young girl can come back to school. And we have now some of them who are nurses and some of them who are working in offices. If we had decided to just let them go on the wayside, we would have another recurring problem to deal with now. So we are happy, Mr. Speaker, for the arrangements that are made at schools through this government's policy to embrace students. Mr. Speaker, we have strengthened parental participation in students' education. As of now, we have our 4 district PTA, and we are hoping that those district PTAs will play a major role in the mentoring program that we discussed in the budget. So we're hoping that they will share their skills. I look at the profile of some of those people who are on those district PTAs. Some of them are PSCs, some of them are business people. I think we'll get some good mentors there. Mr. Speaker, a lot is going on in education. I'll give you a summary. But the thing that really makes my heart glad is that Dominican schools are becoming happy places again, especially primary schools. We saw all the videos, we see teachers using the curriculum and teaching children, learning. Learning is fun now. Students are happy, parents are happy, and Mr. Speaker, these parents are afraid to share their satisfaction. And when students are happy and parents are happy, that's because teachers are happy. Mr. Speaker, teachers are happy. I was in the system, and I've never seen teachers so happy as they are now. Just look at the footage from Teachers' Day last year, and I'm waiting for this year. Mr. Speaker, this is what is going on. The Ministry of Education, Human Resource Planning, Vocational Training and National Excellence will receive the second highest allocation, 76.9 million or 11.4% of the thing. This budget has made provision for the strengthening, continuation and completion of ongoing works and the implementation of new initiatives. But most importantly, it will fund teachers' salary, and we will continue to run our safety net programs that support learning while easing up the cost on parents. Mr. Speaker, these are not just figures, as we say, they represent another demonstration of this government's commitment to education as a key driver of national development. So we have set the foundation, and this budget is about to take us to the next level. Because one of the major tasks this year is to future-proof learning. Because, Mr. Speaker, in order for Dominica to realize the social, economic gains of quality education, it must have a school curriculum that is future-ready, inclusive, and sufficiently flexible. As such, work will commence on the development of a TVET core curriculum for lower secondary school under the WHISTLE program. This project is to develop a comprehensive curriculum which integrates technology, life skill, TVET, entrepreneurship, arts, and resilience education while serving the needs of all students in both general and special education settings. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very challenging to provide quality education to all. And sometimes it's formidable. I can spell words, but I can't always say them, but you know I don't even worry. Mr. Speaker, when you say your first PA at 3 years and 11 months and you never stop talking, if you stumble over a word, that's a compliment. So that, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I said that in public. And do you know the number of parents who call me after that their child 3 years old and not speaking? What can I do that their child You know, because some people just give up, you know, when their child freezes and not speaking. You look at the real person there and me saying yes. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I want to extend gratitude and appreciation to all the churches and the organizations who are helping in education. To my PALSEC, Honorable Wenham Shepherd, the PS, and all the officers. I have to send call one by one, I will take my time. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister too, and the cabinet colleagues are always supporting the education thing. Because you see, a lot of things rotating around education, you know. If tourists want to do a program, they have to come in the school. If sports want to play a football, they have to come in the school. If small business want to do a training, they have to come in the school. The health in the school. The geothermal in the school. The garbage in the school. But now they put some big bottles by the school to put plastic bottle. Everything is in school. So I thank them. We have gardens now. Where the minister? All schools have backyard garden now. Big thing. If you see the size of those watermelon, all schools have backyard garden now. So everything, we thank them. And I want to take a little time, my little rest of time, Mr. Speaker. That's just a summary of what's going on in the Ministry of Education, yeah? Mr. Speaker, I want to take a little time now for him to talk a little bit. No, you have other people to talk and come talk a little bit of what's going on in Cassie Bruce. Mr. Speaker, Cassie Bruce constituency. Oh, Cassie Bruce constituency. That is ranging from Pidit Soufriere all the way up to Formel. Okay? I see the minister for Kalina go take Wakama, but that's the next war. Because we're in Wakama too. Mr. Speaker, in Cassie Bruce constituency, we have worked hard. We have worked hard to bring projects, improving infrastructure, supporting local business, advocating for vital services. And I want to thank Wachi Kamra and say thank you to all of you for your support and for your dedication in making sure things happen. From road repair to education initiative to housing to agriculture. Although we're not in the same place as we were last budget, Mr. Speaker, we have moved. True or false? True, I'm a teacher. Although you're not at point A at the end of the school year, something has happened. So we are not where we were last year. We have moved. Our train at San Xavier Primary School, nice and dry, because we spent more than $100,000 fixing the roof. Our much needed additional classroom at Cassie Bruce Secondary will be handed over to us for the new school year, just over $1 million. Our early childhood center in Cassie Bruce was upgraded to include extension, new washroom, principal office, tile floor, cute little washrooms. If you see those things, you don't want to think it's a toy, but they were specially made for little people at more than $123,000. We increased safety at Cassie Bruce Secondary by fencing the school, more than $121,000. Tuition and transportation was paid for 47 students attending college. All students benefited from all safety net programs. All programs at both the primary school and the secondary schools were supported. Mr. Speaker, Cassie Bruce is not missing out, you know. So I'm not jealous of Soufriere. Soufriere doing how to do. Everybody have their different culture and their different need, but Cassie Bruce is not missing out. On the health, repair work at the San Xavier Health Center cost almost $200,000. The Cassie Bruce Health Center is being upgraded and made smart to improve water storage and electricity, and that is costing us more than $2 million. And when it is finished, it will be called the Hyacinth Thomas Health and Wellness Center. Mr. Speaker, we call her Nurse Madam. That's how we call her. Nurse Madam gave exceptional service as a healthcare provider, and we are very glad that her legacy will find a home in that center. Mr. Speaker, our people 18 and under and 60 and over continue to receive free health care. Mr. Speaker, me too. Mr. Speaker, last week I went to do a procedure at the hospital. I went to the counter, they gave me the price. I pull out my dollars. I also pull out my card. Then the lady said, but your date of birth is not on the paper. How old are you? I said, I'm going to be 61 just now. She said, oh, well, you'll just pay $300. I said, oh, I'll be 61 in the next couple months. I over 60, you know. Mr. Speaker, I was so happy to say that. I put back my card in my purse. I put back my rest of my dollars in my purse. And I was happy to pay my $300 for my procedure. I didn't even realize imagine, I said, Oster, you know they give me a discount because I'm 60? He says, it's for everybody, even if you can afford or not. Mr. Speaker, I got my discount on my health procedure, and I am glad. In Castle Bruce, we have 20 people under Yes We Care, and that means a lot to us. And I really want to thank the people who are giving care, because more and more it's becoming more difficult to get people to give care to elderly people. People still receiving housing. We have 7 people who got housing that cost almost $2.5 million. We have people receiving building materials of all sorts according to what stage they are. Because I said to people, don't just stay there. Help yourself and we'll see what we do. If you're on foundation, let me see if I can get some cement and steel for you. And when you're ready to do the blocks, check me again. Let me see if I can get some blocks for you. And our people are helping themselves and they're getting the assistance that they need. But the thing that we look forward mostly for now in the housing is the relocation of the people who are at risk. We are happy that 27 acres of land has been purchased. We paid for the land in full. We also pay for the crops. We have funds to begin. The tending process is almost complete. Site preparation continues and movement of machine will begin soon. Mr. Speaker, I take the opportunity to thank the people from the Petit Soufrière area especially and Good Hope for their patience. And people are now coming to our constituency, Minister. Mr. Speaker, just so they come and take a ride on the road. Mr. Speaker, $100 million spent by us out of that $300 million. But I tell you, those bikers, they did a good thing for us. Boy, voice notes flowing. Voice notes, boy, that piece of road, boy, from up there to, boy, those bikers had the time of their lives on that road. And one voice note was saying, if they just fix from the roundabout to Boadia, boy. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that this budget has presented for us to do this piece of road from roundabout to Boadia. And it's not just about the nice road and the ride, but it's about the vulnerability issues that this project has addressed. We feel safer now. We had some rains and we didn't have much anything to do there. So I'm saying that this road, the measures have served their purpose. And Mr. Speaker, even if the gas price go up a little, we're saving the money on shocks. So the money we save on shocks and on tires, because we have nice road, we'll buy the gas with that for the meantime. We'll be a little patient and buy the gas. And more than that, the value of the land in that area has increased. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our fishermen for their work. Whenever disaster, they have our transportation, and they can get over that new facility. They have the landing site and a nice area where they can clean up and wash up and just jump on their vehicle, poop, 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 and go selling their fish. It costs us more than $440,000, but I'm saying we waited a long time and we are happy. We also want to encourage other people in the food security business, like our farmers, to get ready to do what they're supposed to do. The Minister of Agriculture will share his own, but the whole note what other people say, get ready for what is to come. We are happy that the feeder road in Modest will get attention, and our farmers will do what they have to do. Mr. Speaker, the new water system, $7.5 million. The last rain disturbed us, but we are hoping that that will complete soon. You know, but in the meantime, if you have a competition for who can bathe in bucket, you can come for me. If we don't come out first, we'll come out second. Yeah, because Mr. Speaker, Castle people have learned. But we really have learned. We spend 10 days without water in the Hainas Colton radio station, you know. We don't go in the river, we have our bucket, we do our business, and we know the water will come for the next 2 weeks. Because we understand that it was not government fault when the rain came and washed out the work that was done already. Otherwise, by the end of March, we would have our system. So we thank the WASCO for their efforts, and now it's a little better because they did something to help us out. Mr. Speaker, I think we're enjoying the fruits of our labor. Even with the electricity, I hear my husband, why that noise I hear in there now? I don't know, as if I went 10 o'clock, I was of noise. And I will listen well, go on the back porch, listen. Mr. Speaker, you think our people stupid now? Them people washing at 10 o'clock in the night now because they went to a session, they told them in the night the rate lower. So now all that group washing machine in action in Cassie Bruce. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't just go to session for going and listen sake. When the people tell us a thing, we try it out. And somebody saying the city light bill went down already by $12 in 1 week. So we enjoying the fruits of our labor. Mr. Speaker, in the Cassie Bruce constituency, we appreciate our Prime Minister because he works hard. He has a burden for his people. He has a purpose for this country. He has a vision for the purpose. And he has a plan to fulfill the purpose with total commitment. And that's why we appreciate him and we stand with him. And even if the world has become complicated, we don't care. We are praying. We are strong people. We made progress. The challenges are there. We are happy the food price is not going to go up too much. And we are also happy that we will benefit from the customs reform. And the people of Cassie Bruce, they don't have to follow no world news for them to see the effects of the climate change. And that's why I want to big up those people who are in the disaster, and Royet and her team. And some people came there, we had a competition, and we just won them just like that. And somebody was saying, but yeah, they gave us walkie-talkie. We get 0 on the use of walkie-talkie. Not us, no, Mr. Speaker, we know how to use Rogers over. We good. Those people take this thing so, look is saying out there. These people take this thing so seriously, you would not believe. Same color t-shirt, and we had who we put in first aid in that station, who in that station, and we just wonder that we like that. So I express gratitude to them for their work and the seriousness with which they do that. Our students continue to excel in sports, and we are happy that under the BNTF Cycle 11, attention will be paid to our field. Mr. Speaker, we are doing well in culture. Since April, we already start to practice. So if a person think they're winning, they have a next story coming. Yeah, we already start sewing those clothes since April. And Mr. Speaker, we want a good place to practice. So you know what? We don't block in a spot on the road. We are blocking a spot on the road. We're in pretty different, putting the music and cheering, dancing. And if you're not in the group and you want to learn, you can stay on this side and shake it. If I didn't have a bad leg, I would show you how good. But anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank everybody, the health workers, the teachers, the youth officers, everybody. They say don't call names, but I must pay some gratitude to Mr. Johnson Drago. Bode. What we do now without John? I want to give the senator to a high level of gratitude, Mr. Speaker. Since March, I've been struggling with health. Since March, and I follow in them, but the speed they're going to America, I can't keep up because it's not ready. But what we have to do. The young people, they leave me behind because the gap widening. I'm a senior citizen now, so I thank those younger people for helping out with the young people, because those young people want to do their Mr. Wang that moves now. Now they want to. I don't mind the older people go and visit sick and so, but you see those young people, the energy is just not there again. So I thank the young people for keeping it up. I want to thank my husband, my love, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you something. When God make me, He had that man in mind, you know. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm not nothing soft, you know. If you see that was the next person, I tell you, they already finished, leave me, you know. But He's there, and He supports, and you know, He does it with so much grace. I want to thank Him, man, for His support. He's a real good guy. He's a good guy. The rest of the family also, thank you. I thank God for His enablement, all the people who are praying, all the labor groups, disaster group. If I forget somebody, please excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I know sometimes we are troubled on every side. Sometimes we are in distress, but we are not perplexed. We are not in despair. We may be persecuted, but we are not forsaken. We may be cast down, but we are not destroyed. 2 Corinthians 4:8-9. Mr. Speaker, with all of that, I want to say may God bless us as we continue to protect our progress, strengthen our independence, and secure our future. God bless us. God bless Dominica. Jesus love you, and I love you too. Good morning. I take more.
You had an additional 5 minutes. Yes. Honorable Grant, I saw. No? Yes, Honorable Grant, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full contribution, my full support and contribution to this year's budget. Let me express my thanks to the Minister of Finance, the Financial Secretary, the PSAs, and all those who were involved in this budget process. Mr. Speaker, in preparation of this year's budget, Mr. Speaker, I took my time to go back a bit in history, Mr. Speaker. And when the Dominica Labour Party first won elections in 1961, the mission has not changed, Mr. Speaker. In 1961 and in 2021, the mission is the same. We stood for people who were previously at the mercy of the elites. We were committed to the expansion of water, electricity, roads, schools, and the opportunities in agriculture. We presented a form of leadership which the people then and now can identify and understand. Mr. Speaker, over the past decades, we have seen the transformation across the landscape of Dominica. Despite the crisis, despite the disasters, Mr. Speaker, we have seen that this government continues to transform not just the landscape, but the life of every Dominican. Mr. Speaker, very often people refer to the debt to GDP and the level of debt that this country has, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen Maria, we have seen Erica, but Mr. Speaker, more importantly, we often compare Dominica with many other Caribbean islands. But no Caribbean island have seen the level of devastation we have seen in the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. So we have to bear in mind this, Mr. Speaker. We often quick to compare Dominica with the other Caribbean islands, but there is no island that have seen a Maria or have seen an Erica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the debt just to respond to disasters is over $700 million. Now let us imagine that we do not have that debt. What would be the state of our housing? What would be the state of our health care? What would be the state of our agriculture industry? Because that is where the money went, Mr. Speaker. What is evident is that despite all these shocks, despite all these disasters, we continue to stand tall. We continue to stand firm. We have built back better. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have allowed and kept people living in dignity. Over the past 2 decades, we have placed Dominica on a solid foundation. And we have done so through the support of the CBI. We have seen the schools, we have seen the hotels, the health center, the hospital. We have seen the reduction in the debt. Across the country, Mr. Speaker, persons have benefit, whether it's through education assistance, whether it's through health care. We have seen the construction of the international airport, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the construction of the marina. These are the things that the CBI has brought for us, Mr. Speaker, and they are tangible across the country. Mr. Speaker, very often we hear about this 10 pillar, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we have gone past 10 pillars. Nothing new is being proposed. When you look at tax reform, Mr. Speaker, this Labour Party administration started tax reform dating back in 2001. Duty-free and incentives, Mr. Speaker, there's no other government that have granted concession to our small businesses. And this is evident, Mr. Speaker, in the creation of the Fiscal Incentives Act, and where you can get a tax-free break between 15 and 20 years. Mr. Speaker, this is what we are doing for our small businesses, Mr. Speaker. So this is nothing new when we come and we hear about 10 pillar, Mr. Speaker. We heard the 10 pillar man, Mr. Speaker, talking about geothermal and what the reduction in electricity is going to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would like to express congratulations, Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Prime Minister and Dr. Henderson. In 2017, I had the privilege of being part of the Dominica Geothermal Development Company. My role, Mr. Speaker, was to set up the company And we had a group of young Dominicans at the time, Dalton Elwa, Shaisha Birmingham, Gary Shillingford, Alan Tussey, and a number of others who worked on this company, Mr. Speaker. I remember during Maria, because we started 2017, it was in September, sometime in October, November, I was actually working on the port at the time, helping with relief efforts. And the Prime Minister called me and said, "My brother, what you doing on the port? Geothermal is critical to our development, so you should go back to work." And we had several meetings, the Clinton Foundation, the World Bank. So it was a small staff, Mr. Speaker, but we kept the company going. And that shows the level of commitment from the Prime Minister and Dr. Henderson. And this is why today we now have this geothermal plant, Mr. Speaker. The simple truth, Mr. Speaker, Labour is working. Dominica is on a solid foundation. Over the last 2 decades, we have poured monies into every growth engine this country has, Mr. Speaker. We have connected all the moving parts. We are expanding. The reality is we have made bold initiatives, we have given the incentives, and we are securing the future of generations to come. What we are dealing with now, Mr. Speaker, is the bread and butter issues. We are creating an environment where our young business persons can see their way, can grow their business and expand. Whether you're a farmer, a rental owner, a shopkeeper, a hairdresser, we are creating an environment where you can thrive. We are at a crucial stage in our development, but more importantly, we have to ensure that every Dominican continues to live in dignity during these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, during preparation of any budget, there are two things which you must take into consideration. You must be able to identify and estimate your revenues and your expenses. You must consider uncertainties, but most importantly, as this administration has done over the last 2 decades, is exercise fiscal prudence. We have seen an increase in revenue over the last 5 years. In the last fiscal year, we saw an increase in VAT of just over $12 million. We saw an increase in income tax. What does this mean? It means that the measures, the policies, and the investment that this government is making is bearing fruit. What it also means, more people are working. There's an increase in the consumption of goods and services. Companies are not only investing, but they are expanding. Mr. Speaker, to support my interpretation, let us look at some figures from the Dominica Social Security. 2020, contributions, 62 million. 2021, 66. 2022, 73 million. 2023, 76 million. 2024, 75 million. 2025, 90 million. During that 6-year period, Mr. Speaker, contributions have increased by 50% or 30 million between the period 2020 and 2025. And that means more people are working and therefore they are paying into the Dominica Social Security. This is why I am confident that this government and this budget is taking a practical and sound approach to driving our economy upwards, but most importantly, increasing the spending power of all Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, we heard the complaints of the young professionals, the middle class. We listened and we responded. And very often we hear about tax reform and tax reform. But Mr. Speaker, it's important to note, prior to 2000, anyone earning as low as $1,000 had to pay tax. And who are these people? The messengers, the drivers, the clerical assistants. All these people had to pay tax. And what we did from 2001, we gradually increased who had to pay tax. So we shifted from 1,000 to persons owning over 1,250. In 2008, we increased this again to persons over 1,500. In 2009, we increased again to persons owning over 1,666. In 2015, this was increased to 2,083. And in 2018, Mr. Speaker, we increased it to $2,500. So anyone who earns under $2,500 as of today does not pay tax. Now, let us look at what this means when we have reduced the flat rate across the board for every Dominican, Mr. Speaker. Whether you're a police officer, whether you're a nurse, a government administrative staff, or you're in the private sector. The first $30,000 on your $48,000, Mr. Speaker, is tax-free. And bear in mind that all the allowances, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note, all the allowances that exist previously still exist with this 10% flat rate. So we're talking about the residential allowance, the mortgage allowance, the student interest allowance, the home insurance, and the medical insurance, Mr. Speaker. All these allowances still exist. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on medical insurance, it's important to note that what this government is trying to do is encourage our citizens to take medical insurance because medical is very expensive. And the reason for giving us the allowance is that if you sign up, Mr. Speaker, you get a tax rebate because of having medical insurance. We heard over the last few days, Mr. Speaker, that this new 10% is only for persons earning a certain amount. The lawyers, the doctors, the accountants, the land surveyors, the engineers. Mr. Speaker, what I would like to urge all these professionals who are now earning those savings, you can now pass it on to your employees. So if you have a housekeeper, Mr. Speaker, you can give her an increase. If you have a groundsman, if you have admin staff within your private practice, within your private office, the savings that you are getting from shifting your tax band from 35% to 10%, you can pass it on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you are going out because you now have more disposable income, if you are going out to eat, Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage persons to tip your waiter. Ensure that the hard-working people in the hospitality industry, Mr. Speaker, ensure that they get a little extra something before you leave. Don't take your change. Leave it at the table to ensure that the hard-working people within the hospitality industry gets a benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, what I did is to outline that everybody within this country is going to benefit one way or another from the 10% flat tax, Mr. Speaker. You're also going to see an increase in the consumption of local goods and services. Mr. Speaker, this government has always been about putting money in people's pocket. And what we did with our measures, we saw the interest rate drop, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes we tend to forget. So it's important that we remind persons, before this administration came into power, a mortgage was as high as 8 and 9%. This has now dropped to a low 4.5%. And if you're a public servant, we heard that the Minister of Finance said that we have a 2% and persons are already applied and approved. But Mr. Speaker, outside of the mortgage, we also had the sale of lots, Mr. Speaker. And this morning, I came across a land for sale in the Canefield East area, Mr. Speaker, for $26 a square foot. Bear in mind that these are the lots that government also sold 5, 10, 15 years ago at $5 per square foot. These lots are now being sold for $26 a square foot. So with all these measures, Mr. Speaker, what we are encouraging persons to do is take a mortgage, take a student loan, improve yourself to ensure that you have a bright future here in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the customs reform measure is huge. This is going to benefit every Dominican and is going to touch every room within your house. Mr. Speaker, one of the complaints is that importing vehicles has always been very expensive and costly. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me just look at 1, 2 examples of, what Dominicans ordering now So let's look at a vehicle under 10 years, a Suzuki Swift, 2017, Mr. Speaker. Prior to this measure, it would have cost $32,000. With the new measure, it's costing $28,000. But Mr. Speaker, it gets better. If you are a public servant and you're entitled to duty free as a traveling officer, this is going to cost only $22,000. Mr. Speaker, we have different class of drivers, we have different class of persons. You might want an SUV, you might want a CRV, or you want the more popular ones, the Subaru XV. Prior to this measure, Mr. Speaker, it would have cost every Dominican $40,000. With this measure, it's going to cost $35,000. That's a saving of $5,000. But Mr. Speaker, if you're a public servant and you're entitled to duty free, this is going to cost $28,000 for a CRV or a Subaru XV, Mr. Speaker. What we are doing is giving citizens the power to buy vehicles under 10 years, Mr. Speaker. We are making it easier for the average public servant to own their own vehicle. Mr. Speaker, this measure does not only apply to vehicles. I sat with Customs, Mr. Speaker, to try and get a better understanding of this measure. And I looked at a 40-foot container of food items, including freight and the cost of purchasing. Before you start adding duties, this is going to cost you $220,000. What you would pay in terms of the duties normally before this measure is $76,000. With the new measure where you remove compounding, it's going to cost $70,000 to pay to Customs. Now, what does this mean for the average consumer? Just as an example, if you have 1,500 boxes, Mr. Speaker, of cornflakes or any other food item within that container, automatically each item within that container would reduce by $4. Now, what this means if you are importing a stove, a fridge, it's an automatic reduction. There will be and should be, Mr. Speaker, an immediate reduction in the cost of food, clothing items, spare parts, tires, building materials. Everybody will benefit and have more spending power because of the customs reform and the removal of the compounding, Mr. Speaker. This is not a selective measure. It is not on some items. It is on all the items. Therefore, a reduction would be on every item within the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support wholeheartedly the $17 million made available or will be made available to the aid bank at 3%. $19 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what does it mean for our small business owners? Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of working for just about 10 years with small businesses across the country at the NDFD. Whether it's the fishermen, the agro-processors, the farmers, the nail techs, the hairdressers. How do you see this benefiting them, Mr. Speaker? That is the question everybody is asking. But it gives them the opportunity to buy new equipment, whether they need working capital, to digitize their small businesses. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we break this down so that the small business understand. Commercial institutions, including credit unions, Mr. Speaker, if you're taking a business loan, it's 8 to 9%. So, as a small business, you decide that you need $30,000 for the expansion of your business. You are given 10 years. What this means is you will pay $380 a month, but the interest or the cost of borrowing, Mr. Speaker, is $15,000. So at the end of the 10 years, you end up paying back $45,000 on a $30,000 loan at the commercial institutions. With this facility, $30,000 at 3.5%, you would be paying $296 a month. It's just about $100 difference, Mr. Speaker. But importantly, at the end of the loan, you would be paying just about $10,000 less in interest. And as a small business owner, this is significant. So what you have is not only savings in terms of financing, you have a custom reform measure, you have the exemption of what we did a few years ago in terms of your packaging. And Mr. Speaker, as a sole trader, the 10% flat tax is also going to benefit you. So what we are doing is giving all businesses the opportunity to expand, to stimulate the economy further, to create more jobs, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, within my own constituency, I will be having discussions with the young man who wants to do poultry, who wants to set up a pig farm, the hairdressers, the nail techs, all the shops and restaurants, even persons who are interested in the small guest house, the taxi business. We are going to have discussion, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they benefit from this facility. Mr. Speaker, the Farmers Insurance, as a representative for farming community, I welcome this initiative because anytime a little wind blows, the planting falls, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that the farmers, not just in the Wesley constituency, but across Dominica, is going to benefit from this significantly. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Works, we continue to invest heavily in roads. The Lubia to Bagatelle Road is on stream. We have seen the mounting of several bridges. Just to the public to note, Mr. Speaker, due to the breakfast fete, we temporarily opened the road from this today to Tuesday to allow for our visitors to travel safely to Granby. Mr. Speaker, every time I stand here in this honorable house, I must express my gratitude to the people of Wesley, Woodford Hill, and Palm Tree. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank them for their patience and understanding while we construct one of the largest and most transformational projects this country has seen. They have been real patriots, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to report that while we have our challenges, while we have our inconveniences, the people of Wesley, Woodford Hill, and Palm Tree stand firm in support of this project. And it's important that we recognize the effort, Mr. Speaker. You had a number of persons who were relocated. They had to redo their farms. And while they will compensate it fairly, Mr. Speaker, it is no easy task to give up your home of 30 years and in some cases 40 years. So they must be commended for this, Mr. Speaker, and I thank them for their continued understanding during this time. Mr. Speaker, in the Wesley constituency, we continue to focus heavily on the employment of our young people. And we have seen through the NEP program, a number of persons have transitioned. So we have persons who were previously mentors and now nurses, previously persons who were admin assistants. They have graduated into plant quarantine officers. Some of them have graduated to teachers. Some of them are within the public service. And this is a significant milestone for a small constituency. For a rural constituency, Mr. Speaker, as you know, rural constituencies across any country within any part of this world are challenged because of the difficulty and the lack of access to many things. But within the West constituency, Mr. Speaker, we can say that we are creating and we have seen the benefits of the international airport. So we have a number of persons who are working there. But more importantly, as we prepare for the international airport, we have seen the creation of a number of businesses and a number of new ventures are starting up. And I would like to encourage my constituents to take advantage, Mr. Speaker. One of the areas that we are focused on is to ensure that a number of the young professionals, the policemen, the firemen, and the other professionals within the constituency own a piece of Wesley. And that is important, Mr. Speaker. If you are from Wesley, I'm of the firm belief that you should own a piece of Wesley. And recently, we started to sell lots, and Mr. Speaker, and it's important to highlight it's for persons without land. So we are not selling to persons who are looking for a second piece. We are ensuring that young persons within the constituency who do not own land get a piece of land within Wesley, Mr. Speaker, at a mere cost of $5 per square foot. Mr. Speaker, with all these measures and, as some persons say, the goodies that we have given in this budget, how are we going to cushion the loss of revenue? It's a simple question, it's a simple answer. This government has always been prudent. We have always been responsible in terms of our investments and the management of the country's resources. And within the Public Works Ministry, as we are responsible for public utilities, I would just like to give one example. So we had seen a shift from May 2026 to June 2026, a reduction in the public service utilities of $400,000. And that is due to directly linked to the geothermal, Mr. Speaker. So when you look at this on an annual basis, just on electricity, we'll be saving $5 million because we are also implementing other measures to reduce the cost of electricity to the state and to the citizen. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we are conducting an audit to ensure that if we are paying for street lights, we are getting those lights from DOMLEC. Also, we are conducting an audit as it relates to standpipe. The WASCO bills the state for every standpipe, so if we have a standpipe, we're conducting an audit to ensure that they are operational and they exist. So all these are ways that we are looking to reduce, just within the Ministry of Public Works, reduce the cost to the state, Mr. Speaker. Therein lie where we will be getting the money to cushion the loss of revenue for the $43 million, which will be, and that is just within the Ministry of Public Works. How are we going to continue with the cushion, Mr. Speaker? With the international airport, the cable car expected in the next 18 months, we're going to see an increased consumption of goods and services, increase in terms of the number of persons occupying hotel rooms, also in the other incentives as it relates to returning Dominicans. All these increases, Mr. Speaker, will lead to an increase in revenue for the state, Mr. Speaker, cushioning the $43.5 million that we are giving up in terms of revenue. There are a number of other measures that we are looking at to ensure that we run and continue to run an efficient government service in terms of providing our goods and services to all our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the staff within the ministry, PS Lancelot, PS Del Sol, and all the other staff who continue to make the public works what it is. But Mr. Speaker, while I'm saying thanks, I must say a heartfelt thanks to the various road patching crews across the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have stopped a few times, and patching roads in the sun is no easy task, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend them for the work that they're doing across the country. Mr. Speaker, I thank all my constituents, the stalwarts, the various members of the organization who continue to support the work that this government is doing, but more importantly, continue to support their parliamentary representative, Mr. Speaker. We, in the Wesley constituency, we have seen the work of this administration. We believe that there is no other party, and as it is now, there is no other individual that can bring proper representation to the people of Wesley. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time, and I give my full support to this budget. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Frederick, you may proceed. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to lend my full support for this year's budget appropriation, especially with allocations to the ministry I serve, recurring expenditure of 10.2 million and also a capital budget of 57.1 million. But Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saluting the wonderful people of the Salbay constituency, all the way from Wakama, close to Cassibrus, to the Hatton Garden Bridge. The folks who have allowed me the opportunity to serve them in this in this Parliament, and also to the wonderful people who serve within the ministry that I am happy to be a part of. Looking at the budget presentation by the Minister of Finance, we want to thank him for that wonderful presentation. I see that there are a number of priorities that link directly to my constituency and also to the ministry I serve. The priority investments I see here is the construction of the multipurpose center in the Badaga community. Also, we see a number of environmental sustainability initiatives. Also, we look in a more profound way at sustainable waste management, and also the continuation of the NEP program. Mr. Speaker, when I look at in particular the Cyber constituency targeting the Carnago territory, because I said it before here in this house that the constituency is caught up with two very unique communities: the Carnago territory on one hand, and also the Atkinson community. Unique communities. The Atkinson community has the Antrizal Atkinson community, and also the Carnago territory, Badaka, Cruz River, Gorge River, Salibia, Sineku, Sensi, Mao River, and the Tuna Village Concord. So it's a dynamic community. But in the budget address, there's specific reference to the Carnago territory, speaking to the continued investment in the emergency shelter, also the East Coast roads that from Boadia all the way through the Carnago space to Hatton Garden. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, also the Sineku Primary School, which is 85% complete. I happened to visit there a few weeks ago, and the work is progressing in a very good manner, Mr. Speaker. And also, within the constructs of the orange economy, we'll see that the Carnago culture will be highlighted. Traditional craftsmanship, music, dance, storytelling, the cuisine, indigenous culture, indigenous heritage, product development, and also marketing. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the concept of the development of the rural communities, the Atkinson community will benefit from that part of the budget space. Mr. Speaker, we're speaking about developing the Atkinson and upgrading this Atkinson playing field and other green spaces within the rural community. Installation of modern playground facilities, landscaping the green spaces, providing seating, providing walking areas, lighting, and also major amenities across the village. We speak also, Mr. Speaker, to planting of native trees and to enforce environmental stewardship. And of course, we'll work in collaboration with the Carnago Council on one hand, and also the Atkinson Council on the other hand. Mr. Speaker, we will also benefit from the community mentorship program. And so there'll be established a mentorship program where we will connect with retired professionals, farmers, artisans, tradespeople, entrepreneurs, educators, and we'll connect the youth to those people, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be part of this entire movement across the country. In terms of infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, we will also benefit from the continued rehabilitation of roads within the constituency, in Atkinson and in Carnago territory as well, and also look at additional feeder roads for access of farmlands to farmers. Mr. Speaker, importantly though, the budget spoke very candidly about environment and sustainability. Two important concepts for our island, Mr. Speaker. And so we have highlighted a number of priority areas. We're speaking about environmental sustainability programs, sustainable waste management initiatives, and expansion of renewable energy, Mr. Speaker, protection of natural resources, climate-smart agriculture, agroforestry initiatives, and also strengthening the resilience to climate change. Mr. Speaker, so these budget items directly align to what happens within the Cyber constituency, especially Atkinson and Carnago territory, and also more targeted at the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Speaker. There are some key highlights, Mr. Speaker, in the budget presentation, and it speaks in a very profound way about the protecting of our country. Waitikobul is natural capital, and so, Mr. Speaker, we'll be protecting nature, and in so they will be protecting our economy. We'll have healthy forests, and which will reduce flooding, and all of those wonderful things that we do in environmental protection. We know that what we have as a product in Dominica is beyond just what we see on the land space, but also what happens in the marine space. So all of this will be taken into consideration, Mr. Speaker. And as we continue to promote and to project Dominica as the first climate resilient country, it's important to make major investments in these areas. Mr. Speaker, I was sort of pulled out of the conversation yesterday by my good comrade, Vince Henderson. I love to connect the history because it's important. People who do not know where they come but may not be too aware of where they're going. And so, as Honorable Vince Henderson, Dr. Vince Henderson, I think we have had major achievements in the last 26 years, but because we are a developing country, Mr. Speaker, and we understand that the effects of climate change have affected us many times in our recent history. So, Mr. Speaker, we are making investments in these. When we look in a targeted way at what we do within the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Speaker, I could report to this Honourable House that about 53 hectares of forest was areas reforested. If we do the math, a hectare is about 2.5 acres. That would be about 150 acres of land have been reforested. 16,000 plus hectares is under active conservation. We have had 670 schools and volunteers and community groups engaged, a mixture of all of those. And we have been able to secure more than $3.7 million in biodiversity financing. Mr. Speaker, I want to briefly go to what I would like to coin the transformation of the waste management in our country. We spoke about it in the budget address, Mr. Speaker, as well. And so we really want to move from just collect and dump and forget mentality to recover, recycle, and reuse. And so we can see in the constructs of what we call the circular economy that we can use waste as a resource that we can use to grow our economy as well. And so there has been major investments over the last year, Mr. Speaker. We want to expand the national recycling program. We're going to bring in some new recycling officers, as we call them. And also, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, for the record, we will be doing a human resource audit at the Solid Waste Management Corporation to ensure that we have the right people and we empower those who already exist in ensuring that while we do the entire reform, that we have the human capacity to manage that corporation. Mr. Speaker, the recycling based on our data, has been very successful. We've had over 12 tons of recycled materials. We have 92 bales of plastic processed. We had over 500,000 plastic bottles exported. We have over 20,000 bottles collected from schools. That means that the youth is involved and young people are involved. And also one particular school, Mr. Speaker, the Clifton Primary School, the minister is not here, we collected more than 18,000 bottles. So we're moving on, Mr. Speaker, and within the constructs of the waste management policy and realignment, we are looking at green innovation, Mr. Speaker. And we have received more than $600,000 for a Fuse Kitchen plastic recycling project. And also we'll be doing a $500,000 Eastern Caribbean dollars project in Soufriere as it relates to composting. It's a very, very important initiative to see how we can use waste as a revenue stream. Mr. Speaker, we also want to we'll be doing a Rosa Organic waste pilot project and also do an anaerobic digestion project in Portsmouth. Mr. Speaker, we're moving across the country, and we spoke last year at the budget about decentralization. We want to look at this again this year, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be doing what we call the eco hubs. So these will not be dumping sites or labas, as we call them. They will be eco hubs. And what it really means is that you will have, there's the science about it. You will bring the materials in, it will be processed, you will collect it, you will be able to recycle. And so the mileage from the rural areas into the existing landfill will be limited, and we'll have this done in a proper way. So we're making investments in this. We'll be looking, of course, at the composting, recycling, Mr. Speaker, also hazardous waste management, and also, importantly, Mr. Speaker, we were very hard hit after Hurricane Maria because we had a lot of disaster debris. And this is something we have to look at very, very carefully. Because apart from the household refuse and commercial waste, we do have debris that comes in after a major disaster. So we are putting this as part of our plan. Mr. Speaker, we've been working with some of the local businesses here to look at the tire recycling, or tire processing, and we're hoping that we can give them incentives to pre-process some of those at the facilities, so less of these come into the landfill as we continue to get away from tipping at the landfill. Also, Mr. Speaker, added to that, we are pushing feverishly on having a decentralized or a new location for a pond/derelict site, because we realize that we do have a limitation at the landfill to take in those material. And so we'll be doing this in this financially to ensure that as part of the sustainability of the waste management, that we can do that in good time, so we can have a cleaner and more better managed waste management system. Mr. Speaker, also, but this is the important piece about all of this is there has to be some reform of the laws that we have, and there has to be the ownership of waste management by the citizens. And I'm hoping that when we do decide on the exact fees from January, that everyone will come on board to ensure that we have the revenue to manage and to do the work at the Solid Waste Management Corporation. And so we do have a national campaign, Mr. Speaker. We've been championing the Keep Dominica Clean and Green, which ties nicely with tourism. And we have support from the OECS states. We have been able to bring in waste separation bins. We'll be able also to do a lot of public education. There's some things, Mr. Speaker, we think that people know. We have to educate them about it more than ever. And we will target a number of communities also to do some cleanup campaigns. And also continue competitions among the youth to ensure that they are part of the conversation and part of the solution moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come, as you know already, I come from a unique community, which I argue many times most of us have some heritage connected to it, the Kainago people. We had a major event hitting our community on April 26th, major trough system in our space that affected the entire East Coast, but for me it affected me a lot in the Kainago space, and we were able to do some relief. We restored the road. We ensured that homes were intact. We also provided some support to families, etc., Mr. Speaker. And I really want to salute the support of some of our partners, UNDP, UNICEF, Israel, ODM, the Public Works Division, our department, thank you, Honorable Grant, the Forestry Department, also Agriculture, Housing, and Health, because we've been able to bounce back as it is from a major system that affected the community, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to build the resilience, and we in the Kainago space are continuing to be part of the resilience story that we push on a national agenda. Mr. Speaker, we have a small product in the Kainago space. With some assistance to small businesses, bucket gardening, etc., Mr. Speaker. $1 million from the Indian government helped to implement it through the UNDP, and working with the Kainago Council as well to ensure that we can empower folks in that space. And I spoke briefly just now about the emergency shelter, which will be much more than just a shelter itself during times of disaster, but also a cultural space that we can express our culture and our trust assets that we have in our heritage, Mr. Speaker. The KDF, a big fund we established a few years ago, Mr. Speaker, the Kainago Development Fund, helping to unravel the trouble of having a land space that is owned in common with no land title, And so being able to find a way to allow some relief to entrepreneurs within the Carnago space to access monies for housing, for agriculture, Mr. Speaker, tourism, education, and in the last financial year we've dispersed $1.6 million, and there are over 57 beneficiaries who benefited from that project. And this year is in the budget as well. We will see another $1 million allocated for the Carnago Development Fund to ensure that Carnago people are on a level playing field to access necessary finance. And some of these will go also into ecotourism, or ecocultural tourism, as we say, indigenous crafts, canoe building, basket making, nature tourism, the trade development also, Mr. Speaker. And just basically allowing the Carnago folks to hone the entrepreneurial skills. Mr. Speaker, the NEP is a major flagship project of the government, and we can see it was presented here as part of the presentation by the Minister of Finance. To date, Mr. Speaker, we are almost parallel with public service. We have 3,764 participants. In the last financial year, we had 508 new interns coming in. And we are partnering, Mr. Speaker, with 394 organizations, private sector people, hotels, restaurants, barbershops. And so my call also to those folks who are partnering with us to be diligent. While we as the government are absorbing interns into the system, we expect them to play their part as well to ensure that they help to graduate, as we say, these interns from the program. Mr. Speaker, good news again, 68% of the NEP interns are women. It's a major thing because we know in the international circle the gender issues are an important part of the conversation, and we see 68% of the participants being interns. And if you realize, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying participants because they are part of a bigger program. It's something that is unique, that's different, and I think it's something that we can appreciate that helps people to grow and become citizens that contribute to the society. Mr. Speaker, within our workforce, we are able to develop some skills. Over 1,000 of those interns were trained. We're talking about technical certification, also financial literacy, entrepreneurship, adult education, also how to maintain equipment within the program. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of career successes, briefly, for the NEP, 378 interns transition into full-time employment. And so in the last year, the graduation rate was 14%, which is really, really, really good. And about the target for this year will be 20%. So being very ambitious, and that's why the call on the private sector, the partners, it's important to help reach that target number. We are supporting communities within the project, Mr. Speaker, as you all know. School feeding for 2,356 children. We care for 528 vulnerable people. And we have over 180 caregivers trained, Mr. Speaker. And even what we normally call the NEP, the wonderful folks we see along the highways, we have recrafted that sort of notion, and we speak to them as providing what you call environmental services. And Mr. Speaker, we've been able to maintain in the last year 320 kilometers of highway. There's community beautification happening. There's now landscaping of government facilities, Mr. Speaker. And we are presently, Mr. Speaker, on disaster response operations. So big things. And so what you normally know as the NEP, the beautification it's an environmental service that we offer to the citizens of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to continue protecting our natural heritage, and so our ecotourism site investments are key for us, Mr. Speaker. We have completed Middleham Falls rehabilitation. We also did major upgrades to Boiling Lake. While we have the aerial the cable car coming through, there are people who want to engage on the trail itself. So we have to keep on maintaining that, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to maintain parts of the White Gobelin National Trail. We did some serious work in Tito Gorge, Mr. Speaker. We have added the Col Soufriere and Tito Gorge to the list of eco sites in the last financial year. And so we'll be doing work here as well. And also various visitor facilities across the country. Mr. Speaker, briefly, the WNT, or the National Trail, we will be re-establishing a dedicated trail management unit. We'll be bringing in some new trail wardens. We're looking at different ways to finance it, Mr. Speaker. And it's very important to the collaboration in the Ministry of Tourism to ensure that the people who use our spaces pay for that service to enjoy the nature, Mr. Speaker. And also, a big part of what we do, we have brought IT into the mix, and we've been able to do some e-ticketing, and we have seen some serious allocations of funds for the e-ticketing services. And we've been able to, Mr. Speaker, to build some serious partnerships within the community. So within the protected areas, Mr. Speaker, say for example the Mount Wapito National Park, the Caribbean National Park, in the last financial year, the revenue have increased from $1.6 million to $2.2 million. And so there's, in the last year, with the e-ticketing system and the rigorous way which we go and collect our fees, we've been able to increase that by 37.9%. And we expect to see much of that in the next year. But importantly, Mr. Speaker, this has to be reinvested. And so I report to the Parliament that we have to invest in the national parks. We invest into the biodiversity infrastructure, also in visitor safety, Mr. Speaker, and also in educating people about what it is to be part of a country that is called a nature isle. And so you have to be part of that movement, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, 95% of our ticketing frame infrastructure has been complete. Staff have been trained, and we expect, and we have already seen improved visitor experiences, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, Mr. Speaker, the Forestry Division, we're doing a lot of work there. Watershed management, climate resilience, disaster recovery. And also, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at a lot of nature-based solutions. There's a sort of notion in developing countries that every situation that happens that goes through a crisis, we have to pour some concrete and build a wall, and we're saying that there we're able to do some nature-based solutions. So we are restoring plants along the river banks. We are doing vetiver stabilization in some areas. We are also reforesting parts of the country, Mr. Speaker, and also we are doing some serious coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the vision moving forward, Mr. Speaker, we are pushing towards 2030 in our minds, which is important. It's part of the UN mission as well, that we're pushing towards 2030. And so we want to increase our recycling to 70%. We want to restore more than 75 acres of forest again. Also protect 30% of the land and sea, reduce landfill deposits by 40%, establish Dominica as the first eco hub, and divert 60% of organic waste from the landfill, and increase our protected area revenue by 30%. And Mr. Speaker, we also want to do the human capacity piece to train 15 young environmental leaders and have a transition of 16% more young people into permanent employment within the NEP. Mr. Speaker, and so we're hoping that doing all of this within our ambit as the Ministry of Environment, we will see visitor satisfaction improving more than 25% at our various sites. Mr. Speaker, within this budget, I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, that the protecting our nature is empowering people and also building prosperity. I see that the budget is committed to protecting our forests, safeguarding our biodiversity, modernizing our waste management system, Mr. Speaker, strengthening our climate resilience, empowering the Kayanago folks, building stronger communities, and growing sustainable tourism, investing in young people, Mr. Speaker, and securing a cleaner and greener and more prosperous Dominica. But before I close, Mr. Speaker, I want to circle into two activities which will be coming up in the next few months and weeks. On the 9th, Sunday the 9th, will be World Indigenous Peoples Day, which we do celebrate on Monday, and the United Nations has celebrated this day. I had a conversation this a few months ago with the Kayanago Council, and we want to propose that that might be the ideal day to have a Kalinago Day as an official holiday, because it's a World Indigenous Peoples Day, and so we're pushing this. So this year we're celebrating midwives, and we will have we will celebrate our midwives within the Kalinago space who have brought forth people like myself into this world. And so we have this activity for them on Monday, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, fast forward, the week of September 19th is Kalinago Week. There'll be a number of activities during the Kalinago Week where we will celebrate culture, we'll have food and beverage, and we'll have a good time or a bon temps. And we also celebrate our heritage. Importantly, to salute the warriors who protected these lands for many, many moons within our space, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your time with me. Thank you for my parliamentary colleagues. Thank you for the cabinet and ministers who always hear my stories about Kalinago warrior spirit. Yeah. And that's the one key word I think you know about me, representing the people in the Kalinago territory. But importantly, Mr. Speaker, to always remind people that a lot of places across the country is Kalinago space still, like the Koliu and the Kulibistri and the Bawi and the Kashaku and the... So actually those names remain in the Creole culture. And so I really want to celebrate those folks who actually live in those spaces and who still honor the ancestry. Not only those people who live within the Kalinago space, but those who have an affinity to the Kalinago heritage and who will support my movement moving forward to ensure that the Kalinago people remain a significant part of the Kalinago of the Dominican society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Senator Parrish, you are recognized. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Still morning? No, the afternoon. Good afternoon, parliamentary colleagues. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise for just a few minutes to make some short contribution on the budget debate that's presently before the House. First, let me congratulate the Minister of Finance for taking up the challenge. Coming back this year, I'm presenting what everybody is calling comprehensive. I also want to congratulate the Leader of the Opposition for what I would like to call a very well done presentation yesterday. She put her heart and her effort into establishing what many are calling a mature response to the budget. I would like to stay within that vein, Mr. Speaker. But I'd also like to recognize how nurturing and how caring she was and how warm she was. But in a family, there are fathers and mothers, and everybody has different roles and everybody has to do their part and do their job, right? Mr. Speaker, while it is commendable and the government must be congratulated for and recognized for the type of performance that they've had. When you zoom out and you look at what is happening with the numbers and seeing the 98% in public investment program coming in under what we said we would spend, making sure that we didn't overspend globally. That is something that on the face of it looks commendable. People would say, wow, thanks for saving us some money, you know? Mr. Speaker, the process that we're going through here is one where two separate things are happening. The budget of justice being presented, one, is a statement of fiscal policy. What are we looking to do in the coming fiscal period that will create some economic buoyancy and stability, right? But also the estimates are being presented. These estimates is a document that will tell us how we are going to strengthen and to look at developing those policies and those programs that we set out in the policy statement. Now, Mr. Speaker, to support, to scrutinize, to not support, you have to look at both. And some sincere scrutiny must be given. But what we often do, and what the conversation is often skewed at, Mr. Speaker, is looking at simply what is being presented now and what it intends to do. And Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, you say, wow, boy, 10% income tax across the board, we're not doing bans anymore? That's great. Of course it is. We're looking at tax reform and we're looking at import reform in the tax in the area of taxes and how we're removing the compounding, something that Dominicans have been asking for years. Of course, that is a good idea. And that can't be debated. When you talk about farmers and the insurance scheme for farmers. Of course, Mr. Speaker. That is something that is remarkable and noble. And I've heard many times that in the development of small island states, the avenues you have for developing a country are very few and far between. Of course, we have limitations. So what you would do and what I would do are not going to vary that far. Now, Mr. Speaker, in passing a budget and in looking at approving the finances that we're about to approve in this House, we have to do a little more digging. We have to go further. Luckily, what we have in this chamber is the benefit of historical data. We can look at what we did last year in similar areas, under similar headings, under similar ministries. The approvals that we had last year, what did we do with it? Mr. Speaker, when you go into the details, line by line, item by item, that's where you get the real story of whether we're doing whether the arithmetic is telling the story or whether performance is actually telling the story. And for the next couple of minutes, Mr. Speaker, that is what I would like to do. I would like to, stay in the vein of the opposition leader, be responsible, but also responsibility without accountability is flawed. And hopefully, we can get some of that done before we get to lunch, all right? In his presentation, the Minister of Finance remarked, and I quote, these investments builds the infrastructure and the productive assets needed to expand economic capacity and resilience through these initiatives. This government aims to strengthen our productive capacity, promote inclusive growth, and enhance the quality of life. But Mr. Speaker, when you match that statement against the performance of a number of the delivery ministries under the PSIP program for last year, we start to get into a little bit of our pixels in the picture of our financial performance start to get clearer. And I will not attempt to be as eloquent a storyteller as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I listened to him yesterday and I was blown away by his craft, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to go a little further than storytelling today, all right? Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Tourism, under the Ministry of Finance, economic development and climate resilience, education, human resource planning, vocational training, housing, health, sports, and youth development, and public works, we have significant underperformance. And I know in the spirit of I don't know, somebody asked me if the opposition leader used to teach. She was giving out scorecards yesterday. And that's fine. But we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, these line items are telling a different story. And now the question becomes, is it that these ministers, who I have utmost respect for, is it that they didn't have a place to spend the money? Or was it that the money wasn't available? Mr. Speaker, the question still hangs because a number of presentations have gone and you haven't heard anybody so far, and I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker, explain why that is. And we must not seem to ridicule honest dialogue that asks for accountability in these areas. When we go closer, Mr. Speaker, and we start looking more into the figures, and the figures are available to all of us, they're not online yet, but they're available to all of us, we start to see areas, very few, 2 of them, and I'd like to touch on them, who have exceeded their allocations, their approved allocations from budget last year. First one I'd like to touch on is the Ministry of Environment. rural modernization, Kalinago upliftment, constituency empowerment, exceeding its budget by over 20%. When you go into that, Mr. Speaker, you recognize that I want to be responsible with the words, that the overage is under the National Employment Program. Fair. We love the NEP. We've heard many people mention about the growth, graduation, and so forth in the National Employment Program, and a program that was developed to empower people across the spectrum, not debatable. Do we have ideas of how that can be improved? Of course. And we have ideas inside and outside of Dominica. We've heard the IMF talk about it. We've heard everybody talk about how the National Employment Program can be improved. Sure, that's not what we're talking about today. What we are trying to figure out is why the cost under that program, that single line item in the Ministry of Environment, was increased in a single fiscal period by 60% over what was allotted last year, what was allocated last year, right? Now, Mr. Speaker, you know how we feel about the NEP, but that needs to be explained. Somebody needs to say why. And we're in a situation where these same people under the National Employment Program, verified or not, you see it on social media, you hear it in the conversations, that they get paid late and so on and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, these things happen. These things happen, understandably. Everybody of us here understand in the running of a business, follows the running of a country, that these things can happen. But we owe it to them to say, hey, this is a challenge that we're having. This is why we need these things this is why this is slow. And this is why we had that over expenditure. Maybe we employed 60% more workforce, or maybe our workforce increased by 60, or our workload increased by 60%. We can't just gloss over it like it didn't happen. Something must be done, Mr. Speaker. In that same ministry, I just heard the minister talking about the reforestation program, and so on and so on and so forth. But there are several areas where he could find $16 million to spend here, but he couldn't find it for the Kalinago Development Fund, and $1 million, and he couldn't find $35,000 on the reforestation program. That kind of difference, Mr. Speaker, requires accountability. Because after the Minister of Finance presented, Mr. Speaker, I saw a lot of memes going around showing all of the things that we're proposing in the budget, but the budget is more than just memes. Real people's lives are being affected. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we understand that, but we need to explain to them why. Under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business, Trade and Energy, the numbers tell an even bigger story. That's a bigger story. Not necessarily because the numbers are bigger, they just tell a bigger story. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm about to say must not be construed for a criticism. It is seeking for clarification. You go into the estimates and you see where the money went. There's no ambiguity as to where the money went. The money went into the transmission lines. And we understand all of the challenges that we heard the minister speaking yesterday. And he, an experienced minister, senior minister, talk about the challenges that he saw the men doing the transmission lines, what they went through. So it's understandable that there will be challenges. It's understandable that there will be challenges. But I have a problem with, Mr. Speaker. I shouldn't say a problem because it's not that serious, all right? And again, I have to appreciate the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Energy. When you talk about the geothermal project, you have to respect the revolutionary leadership that has gone into making this a reality. The minister said it yesterday. It took long. It took more money than we expected. And what I appreciated him saying yesterday, we have proof of concept. Dominica has proved that it can work, that we can get the job done. That is not debatable, Mr. Speaker. And all of us here and inside and outside of the chamber will defend our geothermal project. We will defend it because it will save us in the long run. But Mr. Speaker, here's the question. We cannot seem to downplay people's lived experience. Kind of seem to gaslight people into showing, but look how great we did. Why are you complaining? Look how, but people having lived experiences, Mr. Speaker. And the question they are asking, Mr. Speaker, is how much is it going to cost? March 5th, the geothermal came online. Now we have confirmation from the minister, July 31st, full power. But how much is that going to cost? Because you see, our resilience, Mr. Speaker, is more than just being impressed with how far we've come. It is about understanding that we really should have been further. We really should have been further along. And it's going to take all of us in order for us to get there. And we still have a long way to go, but we have to survive now. We have to make sure that we can survive now so that we can reach the future that we're promised. So we have questions, Mr. Speaker. And accountability says we owe it to the people of Dominica to clarify some of those things that they have. Huh? Mr. Speaker, beyond the ministries that overspent, there's a separate and more troubling category of projects that were approved in this House when nothing has been spent. Nothing. These are capital projects approved by the Parliament where nothing was spent. Procurement of the Information System Inland Revenue, Future Housing Development Program, retaining walls and belts, reconstruction of the ferry terminal, guardrails and road safety, vendors market, York Valley, Port Cassay rehabilitation, panel bridges, new public library, which has been deferred, solar, wind power street lights, community waste storage improvement, Kalanago Territory Zero Waste Project. No money has been spent there, yet we don't hear any explanation as to why. And that, Mr. Speaker, raises the question. Thank you very much. All paying attention, man. Raises the question. So what gives us the confidence that we will do it this year? As revolutionary and as groundbreaking as this budget seems to be, if that is our performance from 12 months ago, what confidence do we have? Where is our accountability that says we are able to do it this year? And this is why you should support it. That's the question, Mr. Speaker. That's the conversation. That's the honest dialogue that's happening. Why didn't you do anything there last year? What was the difficulty that prevented you from doing that? Under the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, PSIP allocation for the ministry, 14.8 million. 3.2 is our revised projected spend. And you heard the Minister of Finance talk about the schools and all of the things that is happening on the schools and so on and so forth. But that is not reflected in the figures that we have. And those are the minister's figures. Those are not anybody cooking up these books and bringing them to the Parliament. Those are the minister's figures. How are we reconciling these differences and the questions that arise when we see that type of performance, particularly in areas where the minister says these investments are supposed to create the stability and the economic buoyancy that we are looking for? Of course, Mr. Speaker, we see that the grammar school is needing another $500,000 for its never-ending continuation project that was supposed to cost less than 100 million or less than $50 million is in the region of 150. Still no explanation as to what happened at the auditorium roof. Still no report available to the public as to what happened and who's taking responsibility for it. I mean, somebody would have raised a question about professional malpractice. Somebody would have raised a question about contractors not doing what they're supposed to do. And in some societies, I heard that from an old man before, you know, the phrase is, Next would have to roll. I guess welcome to Dominica. Because, Mr. Speaker, the building was just demolished, you know, and we're just moving on quietly. No accountability. Nothing to say, just moving on. And by the way, give us $500,000 more because the project's still ongoing. It's a fair question, Mr. Speaker. That's not unreasonable. Because it's the people's business. And they want to know. Mr. Speaker, I would like to touch on I would like to touch on the growth that we spoke about, that the Minister of Finance spoke about. But, you know, I would just like to note, and maybe the Minister of Finance can clear it up in his wrap-up, there's a discrepancy between the 4.5% growth and the 3.16% that is in the documents. And this is not an allegation, because the IMF also reported that Dominica grew by 4.5%, but in these documents, it is saying that our growth is 3.16. So the minister can probably clarify where we got that from, and in his wrap-up, and he can give us some information as to how we can which figure we should be taking. Also, Mr. Speaker, there's some discrepancy, and maybe not a discrepancy, but just a calculation where it relates to the 1% projected growth confirmed by the IMF as well in their Article 4, and the 2.2%. And maybe it would be nice if the Minister of Finance can just, you know, clarify what that discrepancy is, because what it is showing, what is coming up here, Mr. Speaker, is that we are using the projected drawdown of grants at $117 million. Well, no, not this year. Last year we projected $117 million in grants to be collected, and we only collected 41 million in grants. That was grant money. The question now becomes, what gives us the confidence that we are going to receive the level of grants? Because if we're using the same arithmetic, the grants money is going to be different. And maybe that's why the IMF's projection is different from us, because they were discounting the grants. They were not factoring it in as much as we are. And that obviously, Mr. Speaker, will change the figure. So maybe the Minister of Finance can just touch on that. Yeah, there's a lot, Mr. Speaker, and I know that time is running out. I would like to point out something that I think is very important. Between what we say and what we do. And the Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Agriculture, in all of the Minister of Finance presentations, those are considered delivery ministries. Delivery ministries. Last year, the Ministry of Agriculture, the minister had eight pages that spoke to agriculture. What we plan to do, what the allocations were going to be. But when you match that across the allocation that was made for the Ministry of Agriculture, it was only 3.5% of the overall investment budget. It's even worse for tourism. Same amount, well, no, not the same amount of pages, but 4 or 5 pages talking about tourism. Of course, everybody believes in that. And we place a lot of emphasis on that. But the PSIP allocation for that ministry was only 0.58% of what we're talking about. Worse than that, only $2 million was spent. What I'm bringing up, Mr. Speaker, is that our rhetoric is not matching our energy. What we're saying is important to us. We're not putting our money behind it. And even still, with the limited resources that we're allocating to it, there's still questionable performance. And that is something we have to rectify. Because if that type of performance persists, we're going to have some issues reaching the goals that we set. We're going to have some issues reaching the targets that we're expecting to create the economic buoyancy that we talked of. Right? Mr. Speaker, with limited time, as I wrap up, I'd like to talk about a few things in the Marigot constituency. One, our seniors.
7 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Huh? Nah, I'm fine. One our seniors. The contribution of the people of Marigot to the development of Marigot and the Northeast and Dominica is undeniable. One of the things I've continued to notice is that I see too many seniors spending for themselves. Too many people who have worked hard in their youth, on whose shoulders we stand, they seem to be fending for themselves. I think more can be done to assist them in the area of housing, in the area of assistance, in the area of medical care, providing them with the aids that they want. Something has to be done, because too many of them fending for themselves. And everybody knows what I'm talking about. And those on the other side murmuring, they have compassion for it too. It's convenient to murmur now. But all of us have to go to that road, Mr. Speaker. Because time longer than twine. Yeah? I'm saying we need to reach out to, we need to look out for our seniors. Are we doing things? Absolutely. Raising funds. I had a minister talking about Yes We Care. I want to see it more. I want to see it more. You need to translate that. Mr. Speaker, but the point can't be negated. What I'm suggesting is that the Yes We Care can care a little more. Agreed. Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Speaker. On the area of youth and sports, I heard the minister Junior Minister talking last night and talking about how revolutionary the grassroots movement is. The constituency of Marigot continues to churn out national and international athletes all the time. Undeniable. We need to give back to them. They have some sporting facilities in the constituency that need attention. The Lyle Park playing field, the dressing room, and the changing room and all of those things, we need some attention. It needs some attention so that we can churn out more Addisons and the young people's ambition can be realized. Kudos to the coaches, Godwin and Itoma, Lisa and all the people working with the young people, helping them to build their talent, but they need some support, Mr. Speaker. We're running out of time, so we're gonna move fast. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, talking about the sports and youth, we know about the Wares Hard Court and all of the upgrades that it needs. I know that the Parliament has been looking for some assistance. Some of it has not been recognized. We need the assistance. We need some lighting. We need to cover the stands. We need to do all of those things. Right? So, Minister, yeah, I see Noddy's head. He apparently know about it. Work with us, please. Mr. Speaker, on our farm roads, the rehabilitation is absolutely needed. And we can name all of the farm roads, but I know the Minister of Agriculture is very familiar with it. And I am sure that he has it on his docket. But just to remind you, our bread basket, we need it. Mr. Speaker, I love this. I love how this is going. The Minister of Agriculture does agree, say you know about it. Slope stabilization. After the trough of April 26, Mr. Speaker, a lot of things happened on the Northeast that are very frightening. In the Marigot constituency, particularly on the road leading to the main airport, there is a critical area that needs some assistance because the alternative road to the main road is being compromised, and the slide that is between there is compromising both roads. And if we don't put a stitch in time, we're going to have a situation where both accesses will be compromised, cutting off access to the main airport. That is on the back street road, right next to the fisheries. Right there. Many other places, especially in North End, there's something going on in the North End community. Similar to what is happening in the Kalinago territory, where we're seeing large areas of land sliding all at once. There are people's homes, land, roadways that are being compromised because of this. And it definitely needs some serious attention. I wouldn't go into naming all of the areas, but we know them, and for posterity we can look at them. On the matter of roads, Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of January, I wrote to the Honorable Prime Minister with a proposal or suggestion as it relates to the Hatton Garden to Portsmouth Road. New project, I'm assuming still in the early phases of the project, suggesting that this is an opportunity for us to mandate inclusion very, very early into the project, particularly for our truck drivers, heavy equipment operators, and our skilled men in construction. Particularly in the Marigot constituency, Mr. Speaker, a large project like that shouldn't be going through your constituency without giving entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs at that the opportunity to participate at a very high level and to change their economic standing and contribute to the development of our country on a project like that that is going right through their neighborhood, right in front of their house. They should be given a mandated opportunity to participate at a high level, not just to carry water and drive people's trucks, but to be able to buy their trucks, fix their machinery, start their new business, take a loan and invest into machinery and equipment so that they can participate at the level that is required. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the Marigot Bayport, I know it's early days, but I didn't hear anything mentioned by the Minister of Finance as it relates to the establishment of the port of entry there. Also didn't see any allocations for it in the estimates. I can see that it's early days. I can see that. I can see that, Mr. Speaker. However, there is a committee that has been established, an advisory committee that has been established to work with the interest groups and the stakeholders and the government agencies to make sure that this is being established in the most efficient and sustainable way that can impact not just the northeastern Marigot, but the entire country. I want to impress on the Minister of Finance that this is something that should be taken as seriously as we can, because of the impact it is able to have.
1 minute.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, supporting initiatives of national importance and supporting initiatives that will bring relief to people is never the question. A good Dominica and a thriving Dominica benefits every one of us, regardless of your political side, your religious preference, or whatever the case may be. But it has to come with accountability. Trust is built on transparency. And if we're looking for all hands on deck and to build this country together, we have to do it together and collaboratively. That is the only question we're asking. I look forward to some of the questions being addressed and for some of the problems that we have being solved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable House, for your time.
Yes, Honorable. Roy, you're going to deliver?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so you may proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity to present, and for the record, I just want to place my full support to this budget. I think that is one that was crafted to reduce, to assist our citizens with the cost of living, and it can only take a government, Mr. Speaker, who cares for people, that can carefully craft a budget that Honorable Paris could not find any fault on. So when he was struggling trying to get something negative, he resorted to say that we're not taking care of the citizens in Marigot, which I find is very unfortunate of the senior citizens. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not too sure if he's aware of the non-contributory pension that the over 65 are benefiting from, and even the free health care for over 60, and of course the Yes We Care, which every constituency is benefiting from. So I think, Honorable Paris, you could have done better than that, but having said that, I'll move on to the meat of my discussion this afternoon. But firstly, I want to say good afternoon to the people of the Cottage constituency. They are the ones who have me here, and I want to thank them for the support and continued prayers as I serve them with my full energy and might. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that's a budget, as I said, that we have listened to the plight of the people, and we have addressed that. And no wonder, that this Labour Party government is in power for 26 years, because we are listening and will be there for many more years to come, because we are a government that responds to the needs of the people. So it's not by chance or by luck. It's by good policy and by listening to our people. We always put measures in place to address that. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about cost of living yesterday, today, they'll say tomorrow about cost of living. But we need to put that into context. And we cannot divorce agriculture from cost of living. So anytime we speak cost of living, we must speak food production, Mr. Speaker. And I will hasten to say that on most of the talk shows, so some of the opposition pressure groups, they would say nothing is happening in agriculture. But sometimes I really try to understand why. Maybe we are not seeing too much on our side. Maybe we need to increase our PR at the ministry. Or it's just that they're looking for sympathy from the so-called base, who are the farmers in Marigot and Salisbury. However, today I just want to set the record straight, Mr. Speaker, but to put it into context, I must look at the evolution of agriculture in Dominica, Mr. Speaker, so we can understand where we were and where we are and where we are going, Mr. Speaker. So, in the 19th and 20th century, Mr. Speaker, we did limes, a lot of limes. We were the world greatest exporter for limes and the lime oil. We had big estates in Sufuye and around the country, shipping to the US and the UK. Even that, Mr. Speaker, after they got alternative substances to replace that and market pressures, we lost the market. But during that time, we had to move to cocoa and vanilla. Good quality, premium price on the UK market, across the globe, it's pending time. And again, market pressures, competition from other countries, we lost the market. Late 50s, early 70s, we moved to bananas. Banana was king in the 80s, early 90s. I think in 1989, banana would have contributed with other commodities about 100 million to the GDP, which was equivalent to around 24% to the GDP. Even that too, because of loss of preferential treatment, and again competition from the Latin American countries, we lost our market share. But we warned that would have to diversify. But between 95 and 1999, little was done to diversify. Instead, the regime at the time offered farmers $1 a pound. And as a result, it left DBMC with a debt of $36 million. And it took this administration to recover that debt, Mr. Speaker. So many times they mention about the golden age of agriculture in the 80s and the 90s. But I like figures, Mr. Speaker. So they were saying that, up to this point they were saying that, but let's compare like with like. In 1990, under the Freedom Party, agriculture contributed 40 million US, 108 million EC to the GDP. In 1997, under the United Workers' Party, agriculture contributed 38 million US, or 102 million EC. These are World Bank stats. In 2024, under the Dominican Labour Party, agriculture is contributing 84 million US, or 226.8 million EC. They might say that was then, but if we have to take the true value, for example, of the $102 million in 1997 and use an average annual inflation of 2%, it only values $181 million. So that says, even in our present time, with all the golden age they were speaking about, and Bangladesh was king, and things were better in the sector, agriculture is contributing more to the economy than under the Freedom Party and under the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker. So that thing they're saying nothing is happening in the sector, that have me real baffled. And this argument they may want to have is that they were 24%, now we are 17%. They think it was higher. But Mr. Speaker, you need to understand the economy is expanding. We have more sectors to deal with. We saw growth in tourism, construction, financial services, housing, education. So in fact, we have a larger economy, Mr. Speaker. So you're going to compare 24 in 1990 and 17 in 2026. So that's why I prefer to use the dollar value. And I still put inflation on average 2%, and still not enough to meet what we are contributing to our sector. Because we have diversified, Mr. Speaker. And that did not happen overnight, Mr. Speaker. With all that progress we have made, we'll meet with challenges, Mr. Speaker. Several disasters and storms. In 2007, we had Hurricane Dean. 2008, we had Omar. We had 2015, Erica. 2017, we had Maria, Mr. Speaker. Coupled with that, we were plagued with pest and disease. Tricella virus, black sigatoka, the greening disease. Now the leaf are yellowing in the coconuts, and the leaf goes on. On top of that, we are battling with climate change, Mr. Speaker. More ferocious winds and storms and hurricanes, even drought, things we never used to get, Dominica. We have a long period of dry periods where we can't even grow any crop, affecting production. So climate change is real. In the 80s and 90s, we were not experiencing that. So banana could be king. But now we have to invest. Every time we struck down, we have to invest and bounce back. But the sector still remains standing, Mr. Speaker, because of the investment we have been making. So after Hurricane Maria, Mr. Speaker, we didn't just sit down and say, okay, we're dead. We stood up, we brushed our knees, and we said, we are going to put a strategic plan to revitalize the sector. Build on 3 pillars, Mr. Speaker. The first phase was recovery, then we moved to transformation, and now we're experiencing the growth, Mr. Speaker. So let's start with recovery. Dr. Nelson gave a nice history study. So today, I'm the deputy lecturer of history. So it's my turn Let me use a nice history now. When Hurricane Maria passed, Mr. Speaker, just to provide seeds, planting material, equipment, and other tools, and other fertilizer, to ensure farmers can bounce back quickly, that cost the government $36.1 million, Mr. Speaker. All looking to farmers for free. That's why we're able to bounce back the sector so quickly. In a matter of weeks, we're able to harvest lettuce and other vegetables, Mr. Speaker. Lest we forget, the banana and plantain sector affected because winds can just devastate their area because they are very, very soft crops that is very vulnerable to winds. We imported tissue culture plant from France. 20,000 bananas, 25,000 plantains. That cost us over $1.2 million, Mr. Speaker. Just like the main roads and other arteries, every feeder road in Dominica, all of them were affected. We spent $30 million rehabilitating feeder road, creating access so farmers can get to the farm. We must not forget that. We are still in recovery phase. I must mention the Kahom Bridge we just completed as well. It was gone since Tropical Storm Erica. Nobody said that. But I think it was done too silently, so farmers now can access Kahom through Meru. They couldn't have done that after Hurricane or Tropical Storm Erica. So that's the investment that we're making. We did a road in Niba, and we continue to do feeder roads every year. As you'd observe, we add 2 under budget, so incrementally we can address all the feeder roads. So this financial year, we'll do Newfoundland, and then we're going to do Modest Feeder Road in Casibros, Mr. Speaker. All the pens for poultry, for pigs, rabbits, small ruminants were destroyed. We don't just tell the farmers to build back on their own. We spent $7.9 million, Mr. Speaker, giving contracts and buying material to build back all the pens that were destroyed so that we can produce meat to ensure protein security and to support the abattoir that we have newly constructed, Mr. Speaker. So that's the work of our current government. We don't say someone else try die. We need to remember that. Remember, we're still in recovery phase. Down to livestock feed, we have to purchase. There was a time, not just because of the shortage of Maria caused, some vessel could not dock, I think was the Giz boat because of the Swiss wells, and the suppliers do not store more than 3 weeks over feed because they can go quickly. We had to bring in feeds from Guadeloupe, all to the cost of the government, Mr. Speaker. The government can easily said that's not our business because we are not the suppliers, that is a private sector initiative. But because of the current government that we are, we stepped in and got feed from Guadeloupe. We called one of our partners and they brought a whole bag of animal feed to ensure that our animals could have been fed, Mr. Speaker. We're still in recovery. Mr. Speaker, we saw the livestock production. The central livestock farm was totally destroyed. We have to build it back because we must ensure that we have proper genetic pool to supply to our farmers. So we did that. We spent a few millions there. And in addition to that, we have a contract approved to bring around 80 heads of small ruminants and rabbits so that we have some proper breed at the station so we can do crossbreeds and provide to our farmers. So by somewhere October, we'll see a shipment of some live animal which will supplement the artificial insemination that we have introduced on island, Mr. Speaker. So we are doing what we have to do. So they can talk. I like the conversation on the radio of this happening. We don't only focus on crops and livestock. We look at fisheries. We procured over 104 outboard engines to the farmers, or the fishers, beg my pardon, to the fisher folk, free of charge. We give it to them so they can restore their livelihoods, go back in the sea, catch the fish, and bring in fish for people to ensure protein security again, Mr. Speaker. We don't say the engines were enough. We built and provided 54 fishing vessels, Mr. Speaker. 54. one vessel worth between $25,000 and $65,000. So do the math. One vessel would be the cheapest is $25,000, most expensive is $65,000. All built by local contractors, Mr. Speaker. All the money still there. We are still in recovery, Mr. Speaker. You know, so sometimes when I hear them kind of thing, they'll hit me. You have your side, hold your side. But if it's good, say it good. You know, that's why God must punish people. Sometimes we can be ungrateful because sometimes people that benefiting, they are the ones benefiting in silence. And I mean, we can't even say we cannot call them. They are the ones who are propelling this kind of information. But in future, Mr. Speaker, we have to rehabilitate the Marigot complex and the one in Roseau after Maria at a cost of $20 million, Mr. Speaker. So that's just a summary of the recovery phase of our approach. So if you look at transformation, Mr. Speaker, that is where the business starting, transformation of the sector. Something they thought that would never happen in Dominica. We no longer have to import tissue culture plants because we have our own lab in Portsmouth that is producing tissue culture plants, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the government of the People's Republic of China for providing a gift to the government. And we are doing well, Mr. Speaker, we have some young guys down there, headed by Dr. Trevor Douglas. Again, I'll tell him that in public. I'll congratulate him because he recently received his doctorate. He's doing very well. Young men and women that are doing the cultures at the lab. So far, yes, they have produced over 17,000 pineapple slips, Mr. Speaker. They've done over 19,000 of the dashing slips. Banana plantains, they've finalized all the protocols, and we're working on 20,000 plantains and 5,000 bananas. And they're not only doing stuff in the lab, we are collaborating with CADI because the facility is like a research facility, and we're doing work in other areas on the field. So, for example, off-season white potato, something PM always speak about, we brought in 9 varieties. And we all know, so we are doing trials to ensure that when the real variety that we import is done, we can plant off-season all during summer. So that means we're going to have a white potato year-round, Mr. Speaker. So now we're in the trial phase, and they're getting some good results. We are introducing 2 new varieties of sweet potato, and we have introduced 2 new varieties of dashing. And that variety of dashing, you get a bigger comb size, it comes quicker, and it reduces your cost of production because of the foliage that it produces. So we're doing travel cardi, and they're doing very well. In addition to that, there are 2 diseases in root crops that are affecting us. The Tanya yellow bean disease, and we have the yam rust. They are doing some trials on that and getting some good results. So it's not just culturing plants down there. We are doing actual research work done by Dominicans, Mr. Speaker. That is what they call transformation, Mr. Speaker. In the lab as well, we have what we call a seed storage facility. In other terms, we can say a seed bank. That was done to be resilient in the sector. So if you're struck by a storm, we have them seeds in local terms in a bunker. They cannot be destroyed. So next day, once roads are clear, we can go in and give farmer seeds. So we can start back planting one time. We have even added some drone to the program. ICA purchased a drone, Mr. Speaker, where we can lift the seeds in case the road is blocked and supply the country with seeds by drone, Mr. Speaker. That is what we call transformation. And we are still in that phase. Secret, Mr. Speaker. Last year I said we are going to produce 50,000 seedlings. People thought that I was joking and ambitious, but we did it in different stages. So far we have sold over 10,000 citrus seedlings. That's about 200 acres of citrus planted from that program. And in addition to that, we are constructing a citrus certification facility in Londonderry. Senator Paris knows about it very, very well, Londonderry. where we can do 50,000 citrus plants in a cycle. And that, Mr. Speaker, is one of the only facility in the Eastern Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. That's what we call transformation. It has a lab, we have cold room, we have rum room, we have screen sheds, state of the art, again, opportunities for our young scientists to go in and work. But one thing, Mr. Speaker, I think you may have some interest in, is going to be so advanced, we can actually clean our indigenous variety. So if there's a rootstock, we say that we want to preserve, the lab will be so advanced, you can do the necessary procedures and clean it out and reintroduce it back into the field, Mr. Speaker. That's how advanced that we are. That's what we call transformation, Mr. Speaker. In terms of protected agriculture, that again is the next dimension to transformation. We have been purchasing greenhouses, hydroponic system, supporting farmers, providing the incentives, again, trying to battle against the impact of climate change. Let's say to the 80s and the 90s, you just cannot compare it. There are more challenges, so no longer we can do open field effectively. So we need to support the farmers to put investment in to grow the crops under conditions that are conducive so we can maintain our production. And that is tied into supplying the high value vegetables or crops that the member for Salisbury spoke about in the presentation. So what we did, Mr. Speaker, we did an assessment in all these markets, with Church, SMAT, Fresh Market, Etel, and we found out the crops that they're importing, like the cauliflower, the cabbages, sometimes tomatoes, broccoli, and the quantities. And they were saying, okay, if we can get that consistently with the desired quality, we'll not have no need to import. So we have targeted farmers around the country, supported them with the sheltered structures, like the greenhouses, and support them to bring in the parts for the hydroponic system. Our guy Vince Morgan is doing very well between Man Masak there. He's an expert on that. So now we have seen already a reduction in the importation of high value vegetables. For example, just cherry tomatoes. Yes. We no longer import cherry tomatoes again. And that's been done by one supplier, Mr. Vince Morgan. I must shout him out, Mr. Speaker. So even open irrigation systems, we spent over $2.5 million providing farmers with water tanks, drip lines, water pump, automatic irrigation systems, timers, yes, automatic timers. Some are solar as well. We gave that to farmers for free. Over 100 farmers benefited from that program. And we have already seen the difference in the supply of vegetables through that program, Mr. Speaker. So, there's nothing happening. I feel a little funny when they say that, man. The abattoir, Mr. Speaker, a brand new abattoir, $6.4 million, Mr. Speaker. So we've done a new chicken abattoir, and we have rehabilitated the pork section. We've tested, it's working properly, everything is automated, you just press button and things are spinning and burning session. When you touch it, you just bag and you just put it in the cooler and we're good to go. So we've moved to a new phase now, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank DEXA for that, through the Ministry of Trade. There was no marketing the chicken, they pay the farmers, and they will sell the chicken. For example, when we did the first trial run, the farmers delivered on Wednesday the chicken. By Friday, they had larger shesh, dry money. So now farmers now ready, beating race now to produce for the abattoir. But what we have done, we also put a production component at the ministry to the abattoir. So we've so far identified 30 farmers, that is broiler farmers. Each of them will do 1,000 birds and will support them with the chicks, with the feeds, to make sure that they produce for the abattoir. And they're given a folder, a portfolio when to feed, what time to do that, when to give vitamins, everything. So in 6 weeks, we have our birds same size. So the feeding ratio, everything is there. Because we're talking about standards. If you walk into the abattoir, it was set up based on international best practices. So we want birds the same size, come in 5 pounds, is 5 pounds. You bring it the Wednesday, in 2 days you get your money. The excess selling that in 2 days. We have to make a special harvest and slaughter this week because the demand for that chicken is so high. So we are doing well. We are doing well, Mr. Speaker, in terms of that. And the production component of it, it's start kicking up and everything. Farmers are excited, involved, and will continue to support them. Similar will be done for the pigs. The support we'll give them when the pig component is ready for slaughter, Mr. Speaker. So I'm happy for that, Mr. Speaker. But for livestock, we did not stop there. Looking at the entire livestock value chain, we saw one component missing. That was the provision of animal feed. Sometimes we need to lift in the private sector, but we're government, we cannot wait all the time because we have to make sure farmers are happy. So we have to intervene. So now we are constructing an animal feed mill, Mr. Speaker. The shed is already rehabilitated at Longhouse. The mill is on site in the shed. Now we're waiting for the contractor to bring in the technicians from India to install. And then we're going to go out to invite the private sector now to the PPP to run that feed mill. One thing I will say about the feed mill, we want to incorporate some local elements to it. So we have done with cassava, we've done the growth rate, it's giving some good result, so we can use it as a starch base to incorporate in our feed. So what it does now is going to open some more avenue for farmers now to even plant more cassava to provide to the feed mill, more work for farmers, more in their pocket. Everybody happy, Mr. Speaker. Another area we give a lot of focus on last financial year is apiculture. That's our bees, our farmers who do bees, apiculture. I remember once Mr. Speaker was at an OECS ministers meeting and some consultant came in, and when he gave the stats of the OECS islands and the number of hives that the countries have, and I said, Dominica at the bottom. I said, no, we have more Florida than all them countries there. Yeah. St. Lucia has X amount, Grenada has that, St. Vincent, even St. Kitts. I said, what? Boy, no. Immediately, when I came back, I said, the policy within the ministry, we are going to double our number of hives. We were 600. I told them we're going to give 600 more last financial year, and we need it for free to our farmers. And the upcoming financial year again, we're going to get like 600. Yeah. So at that time, we'll surpass the number of hives in OCS. And in addition to that, we provided all the bee farmers with gears. They cook, the smokers, honey extractors, all that for free at a value of over $1.5 million, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. And it has yielded results. We've seen international recognition for quality of honey. Yeah. We receive awards around the world because of the honey that we produce. So we must support a sector, I think, that has huge potential and will continue to provide support to our apiculture farmer, Mr. Speaker. In reference to agro-processing, that's a sector I have close to my heart as well. We would have seen the increase in the number of agro products since Hurricane Maria. Quality stuff. Packaging and labeling is international standards. You will see them on the shelf on all local supermarkets. But that didn't happen overnight. That was hard work. We had sessions, we trained, and we spent plenty of money. We spent $4 million, Mr. Speaker, last financial year, providing grants to the agro-processors to make sure that they can increase production, put safety measures in their facilities, and on top of that, we still provided equipment like industrial blenders and other stuff, stainless steel tables, and I can tell you they are very, very happy with Mr. Speaker, and we're seeing the results on the supermarket shelf when you go shopping. We can buy local. I want to encourage everybody to continue to provide that support to them by just buying their products so they can invest back into the businesses. But, that, Mr. Speaker, we think that we can take it to the next level. I spoke about the cottage types industry. You know, kitchen, you know, look at it. Cottage type industry, yes. But we need to commercialize that. Scale it up, Mr. Speaker. So that's why in this budget, you will see we have $1 million to commence the establishment of a multi-purpose agro-processing facility. And we've seen that as a big contributor to assist us in achieving our goal of 700 million contribution to GDP by 2030, Mr. Speaker. That we have done a lot of work. We have done a feasibility study. We have designs. We have costing. We have estimate. We're working very closely with Ministry of Trade and Foreign Affairs to assist us. We have already identified a location to have that established, and we'll provide more information at the right time, Mr. Speaker. But that we're very happy for. That's taking this sector to the next level. And in addition to that, again, under the DOMCRE, a sum of about 520 farmers again will be supported for agro-processing, in addition to what we have done already. So our processors are in good hands. We are going to do well, and then we are going to export, not just for domestic purposes, but our interest and our goal is to put our locally manufactured and produced goods on shelves for the region in the US and the UK. And our airport, Mr. Speaker, will assist us to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, as I move on, we had some issues at the ministry with mechanization. And again, I want to thank the government of the People's Republic of China, who provided us with 28 pieces of tillers, tractors. We even got a mini excavator, Mr. Speaker, in that mix. And last white potato season, we saw a huge difference. We had no issues to till lands, and our farmers did well. So much so, we've seen an increase in production of ginger and sweet potato because of the tilling services that we have. So we have a focus at the ministry, Mr. Speaker, where we provide some special arrangements for root crops, because we think root crop is a resilient crop. You know, we are very vulnerable to storms and hurricanes, so we focus a lot on root crops. So that is why you could have seen that we had 830 acres of root crop established last financial year with an estimated marketable yield of $44.7 million. That's just root crop. And just to provide some data on the increase in acreages for the financial year 2024-2025, for dashings, we had 254 acres. Last financial year, we had 390 acres. Wow. For yams, in 24-25, we had 59.4 acres. 25-26, we had 105 acres, Mr. Speaker. For ginger, 24-25, we had 25.7 acres. 25-26, we had 70 acres. For sweet potato, we had 68 acres in 24-25. In 25-26, we had 110 acres, Mr. Speaker. That's the emphasis we put on root crops, because we think it's a resilient crop and they have long shelf life. In time of disasters, they can be there to provide food for us. And that's why, again, we had the first ever OECS Root Crop Symposium held in Dominica at the Intercontinental sometime earlier this year, Mr. Speaker. For plantains, Mr. Speaker, we did well as well. We saw an increase from 840 acres to 903 acres, Mr. Speaker. And if you were to put a dollar value to harvestable yields, that would be over $21 million, Mr. Speaker. So the transformation is real. It's evident. So I don't know why they're not seen. But as we're expanding, one of my priority areas, we are putting a lot of focus on youth in agriculture. That's radical. We're speaking food security, you need to ensure the youth are involved in agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, every Monday morning, every month, on a Monday morning, I meet with the executive of NIA. They come to my office, where we are, what we discussed last meeting, did they follow up, how I can assist, and we move on. And they are doing very well. But we know young persons like innovation, because the effort to modernize the sector, we need to do that for them. So in doing so, we are already establishing some agro-packs for the young farmers. And we'll have a formal MOU with NIA to manage them. We have received 5 smart greenhouses already. That will be done in the North Agricultural Region, where we will bring the young farmers on site. We'll bring in aquaculture, hydroponics, vertical agriculture, aquaponics, open irrigation system for them. They will come there, they'll spend a year or 2, we'll train them agribusiness, agronomy, marketing, everything. They plant what they plant, their money is theirs. But after a year or 2, we want to make sure that we can win them, and from there, they can go and open their own business in the sector. So that's how we bring in the entrepreneurship component for the young farmers that we're targeting. And that's not no pie in the sky, that's real. If you go to 1 mile now, you see in the 5 greenhouses stored there. What we're waiting now is for the contractor to finalize the contract with CARICOM to have it installed. So that's where we are. In addition to that, we've put in a hydroponic system, which we are going to put in the South Agricultural Region in Grand Bay, in Geneva, right, for the young farmers to manage, work, make money, and learn. In addition to that, we are already doing some work in the Southeast Agricultural Region in La Plaine, on the agri station, where we're going to install some new greenhouses, rehabilitate what is there, and have the young farmers in that area work them, make money, learn, train, and then go on their own. So that's the focus and investment we are making in young farmers. So then we'll move to the Northeast region, we'll go to the East, we'll go to the West. In this every region in Dominica, at agricultural regions, we have 7. We are going to install an agro-pack for young entrepreneurs in agriculture to learn, make money, and grow. So that's where the growth pillar now is coming, Mr. Speaker. But we cannot forget the land lease facility for young farmers. Yes. We received over 300 applications, Mr. Speaker. We are in the process of reviewing. Last week, the cabinet approved 22 young farmers who will occupy over 70 acres of land. So it's not just talking and we're doing what we have to do. That is transformation. That is progress. That is putting young people first, Mr. Speaker. So the land list, as I said, is ongoing. Every week we review. But what we found very interesting, when Land and Surveys did the assessment, they found over 171 lots occupied on state land. And that was equivalent to over 540 acres of land occupied. So what we are doing, we are not going to run them, we are going to regularize them, Mr. Speaker. Because the land is working, the land is productive, so we'll come to cabinet with a special paper to regularize the persons that are on the land that will identify to be in that bank for the land lease program, Mr. Speaker. So there's a program we have to bring in as well, which we call the Migrant Farm Labor Program. Because one of the first issues or challenges that we identified when I came as minister is the issue of farm labor. The cost, the scarcity, and the quality of farm labor. Farmers complain at every of our town hall meetings with farmers. So we had to do something about it. So we have that program we can approved, where farmers can apply for migrant labor. There's a special committee who sits on the application. There's a next technical committee who goes out and inspect and make sure everything's okay and everything. So far, we've assisted over 40 farmers, and we have brought in around 151 farm laborers. And we are already seeing results on the farm. There are farmers who call me personally and tell me thank you for the program, because now they can expand, they can grow. So that's one of the reasons we are seeing an increase in production.
20 more minutes, 2-0.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be fine. But I suspect none of my colleagues ask about the medicinal cannabis vibe, because about a year ago that was a hot topic. And I do get no question, no query. So people believe that it was dead, but Mr. Speaker, I have news for them. It is alive. So for the year we stayed quiet, we did a lot of work. And I must commend Dr. Kazimi at the ministry, Median Alara, for the work they've done with our consultant, Dr. Marshall, over the year. So where we are, Mr. Speaker, we submitted the draft Dominican Cannabis Authority bill to the Aegis Chambers for review and finalization. That was done in February. So we're waiting on the final draft of that bill. So once we get that bill, we'll come to Parliament, have it passed, and that's when we can institute or establish the authority to manage the industry. Since we've done that, Mr. Speaker, and we had the Cannabis Symposium at the State House, we got a lot of proposals, calls, and interests. IDAs on board with us who are reviewing and doing the due diligence. And from what we have seen so far, Mr. Speaker, that sector, it is estimated that industry can bring in about 20 to 60 million US dollars a year, Mr. Speaker, which is equivalent to around 4 to 5% or 4 to 8% contribution to GDP. So there's huge potential. We are not asleep, but there was some backroom work that we had to do. We've done it. Where we are, we're waiting on the final draft. We can come here, and then we can say we can start building a medicinal cannabis industry that has potential to contribute up to 8% to GDP. And I will not sleep until I see that happen, Mr. Speaker. Who have their different concept on this day, but when it is done, just as how we can remember Vince for geothermal. You all remember Roland Roy for a buoyant, vibrant, and sustainable medicinal cannabis in the Commonwealth of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is it. And after we've done all that, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about the infrastructure, the systems, the support, the input. Mr. Speaker, we are very vulnerable to climate. We need to have that insured, Mr. Speaker. Yes. So that is where we saw the birth of the agricultural farm insurance. We cannot leave our farmers exposed. True. Agriculture is a very risky investment because of the climate change and storms and winds and drought and excessive rains. So we have a $1.5 million in the budget that will go towards a policy to protect our farmers, creating that safety net for them so that they can invest in confidence, Mr. Speaker. So I'm so happy for that. We are in discussion with Ministry of Trade again, and next year where we came up with a model where the farmers can be protected and the government can benefit. If we look at in 2024, Mr. Speaker, when Hurricane Beryl hit Grenada, the May of that year, they invested $500,000 in a policy. They get struck in July, and they were paid off $3.5 million. The policy that we have discussed and actually negotiating is about $1.5 million for the policy. If we are to have a diameter of the storm from Dominica, the distance about 25 to 50 kilometers, and have some excess rainfall, we can get paid out up to 8 to 9 to 10 million, Mr. Speaker. So that's the kind of negotiations we have been making for the past year. So you have a tropical cyclone with a radius of 25 to 50 kilometers with excessive rain, $1.5 million policy, we can get paid out between 8 and 10 million within 15 days, Mr. Speaker. I mean, in April 26, we had the trough system in the east affected Kalnago and Cassie Bruce. I led the team who did the assessment. I had my boots on. I was on the ground. I submitted the report, and the damage to crop and livestock was $3 million. We had to find that. But if we had that insurance, we'll have no headache to say we're going to get the money. They will pay off within 15 days. So that is what we're talking about, a government that is strategic, put people first, and we are securing or protecting our investment, as the title of the budget said, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on, speaking of transformation. But the part where I need to call on our citizens, private sector, investors, those who have money in the bank, even foreign investors, after doing all that, we need the private sector to invest in the sector, Mr. Speaker. Government can do everything. We build abattoir, we build feed mill, we do citrus that, we giving free boat, we giving free engine. How much more can we do? So we need persons to invest in areas that make sense. For example, we need persons to grow broilers on large scale. We need persons to invest in tiny houses that can do up to 20,000 birds. We need people to invest in aquaculture. We have markets we cannot supply. We need persons to invest in hatchery. When we are importing live chicks, one chick is $10.95 for a broiler. A layer is another price again, around $7.50 or $7.95. We're importing live birds. We have one in Salisbury, I must commend them, but that's not enough to supply the demand on the market. You know, so we just need investments in areas that are critical so that we can have a sector that's sustainable and less dependent on stuff that we're bringing in. So I'm calling again. We are putting $19 million in aid bank again at 3.5% increase again. We call on the public officers, the policemen, the firemen, all MPSCs. That's a good side gig. Get a loan, invest in the sector, and you won't regret it. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I really want to express my gratitude to my PS, Ran and Slem, our technical team. We have a very responsive director, Mr. Kian Stevenson, our TEAL projects, Dali Faloda, Head of Extension, Miranda Stevenson, and Dr. Kazimi, Head of Policy, Dr. Douglas at the lab, all the team leaders, second officers, administration staff. They did a wonderful job. Yeah. You would have seen it by the 95% that was disclosed by the leader of the opposition. So I'm grateful for them, and we would have done it without their support and persistence in achieving our targets. Our partners, FAO, ICA, OECS Commission, CARICOM, our Chinese technical mission, our Cuban technical mission, we cannot forget them. They were very helpful during the last financial year to ensure that we met some of our targets, Mr. Speaker. But as I wind up, I cannot not say hi to the people of Cottage constituency. Very supportive people, very patient people, very loyal people, Mr. Speaker. Cottage has been with Labour Party from 1995. Mr. Oscar brought that seat over and he has maintained it. I must commend him for that. So those are people that I cherish and I respect. We've done quite a bit for the past 3.5 years since I'm PAREP for Cottage. We did a few infrastructure works that need to be done. We did some road in Savanpai, in Tatan, Back Road, Cottage, in Gota, in the road. And as you would have heard in the budget, we're going to send a contract for the Grange feeder road, which I'm very happy about. For housing, we're able to touch a few lives up there. Not able to build a new house, but finish what was started and do some repairs. With support straight from the PM office, and I must thank the PM for that. We did some work on the Lamb of Plainfield. Work continues as we try to grow the field, all the playing field in the constituency. So we must have it kept, expanded. And the Minister for Sports promised me lights. Senator Honorable Oscar George You promised me lighting the lamp of Plainfield. I sent for whole Capuchin to Lago to here. Our only Plainfield in the court constituency. So I'm waiting for the lights. Thank you very much. And I'm working with my good friend Dr. Henderson on the rehabilitation of the basketball court in Savanpai. Which is coming soon, so I'm going for that. The Kana Road, thanks to my friend again, my colleague, Minister for Community Development, we sought approval for making an access to Kana, a heritage site, so that's on stream. And our guys in Tukari, the CMOS farmers, we have a nice CMOS in Tukari B. We got approval from the OECS Commission to build a CMOS processing facility in Tukari. Cabinet approved the acquisition of the land already. So we're waiting now for OCS to just start up and get that constructed. By end of year, that should be done. So I'm very, very happy for that. And of course, I cannot close, Mr. Speaker, without speaking about our marina. Me and the player from Portsmouth, we have it Lamoutier. Hafa, Shea. Yes, because all the boundaries fall. I'm so happy because upon completion, that's going to create over 300 full-time jobs in the north. A project that was spoken of since in the 50s and the 60s. Every government had the Cabris Marina on the manifesto. Only one government could deliver that marina was the Dominica Labour Party government. I'm so grateful for it. When you say I drive up this swamp road, going to Intercontinental and I look left, and I see that basin of water, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I feel so emotional. Yeah, because it's something that I grew up little yearning of. And now it has been realized. I'm so grateful for that. And it's going to bring some opportunities to our farmers. They can sell more to persons who have laundry, to the guys who have skills in carpentry and plumbing and electrical. So it's not just a marina, but it's the opportunity that the marina is going to provide for employment in the north of the country. Mr. Speaker, with that, in the Cottage constituency. So with that, I just want to lend my support again and reiterate my full support to this budget, a budget that's going to transform the life of Dominicans, and a budget that has responded to the needs of Dominicans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House be suspended until 3:30 p.m. this afternoon.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 3:30 this afternoon. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 3:30 this afternoon.